at 8 o'clock. They've been watching their team for a month, and they haven't seen them win a home game in a month. So the fans that went to the ballpark have every right to be fed up and frustrated. But we can't be fed up and frustrated.
We're in the playoffs. No, we're in. You can be. You guys are probably the same people that can be on the beach in the Caribbean, 90-degree weather, not a cloud in the sky, with a drink in your hand, and get up off your chair and say, "Oh my God, the sand is so hot. This is ridiculous.
Tom,
this sucks."
I think you're out of your mind if you want to compare being at the ballpark last night to being on the beach without a cloud in the sky and a daiquiri in your hand. Let's take fall. We've been doing it. We can keep talking to Tiger fans. Did you have a fun time last night? Did you think that was comparable to the best tropical vacation of your life? Because Tom certainly thinks it was. John, I was there, and I saw fans that were there, and ain't nobody having a paradise at the ballpark yesterday.
No.
And the end of the season has been anything but a paradise. They blew a double-digit lead for the division in the last month, a 15-game lead for the season. Yes, they were able to undo some of that by beating Cleveland. And if they beat Seattle, they can undo more of it. But last night was not productive for beating Seattle. And all morning, you and I have said, series not over.
Yeah, they will play today, and they have the pitching advantage today.
But to call fans ridiculous for sitting through 3 hours of a rain delay and sitting through 3 hours of that hapless, pathetic performance at the plate, and what, they're supposed to call in and be grateful? Tom, what kind of radio did you expect when you tuned in today at 8 o'clock? You thought fans were going to call in and go, "Guys, it's okay. Guys, it's okay." Is that what he thought was going to happen when he tuned in on the radio today, that Tiger fans were just going to pretend that everything's okay?
We do have a game today. And yes, the number one goal anytime you start a season is to win a championship. And then you back it off from there. It's the same thing Dan talks about all the time. Hey, the goal is to win a championship. What are the best odds to get you there? Well, first of all, you got to find a way to get into the playoffs. And it ups your odds if you win your division because you get a home game. It ups your odds if you're the number one seed because you get a bye. All of those different things. And the Tigers were in position to make some of those things happen. But then it all fell apart in late August and September, and now we're dealing with a lineup that can't score runs.
Yeah, and I'll put it this way again. They're doing it the hard way. And this is a hard way that they've put on themselves. They've made it so they have to do this the hard way. By not adding more impact players at the deadline, by actively making themselves worse at the trade deadline, by blowing the division and blowing a first-round bye and not being able to score many runs at all, they have to do it the hard way. They beat Cleveland the hard way. They won the only game in this series the hard way in extra innings. And if they win today, it's going to be the hard way.
Right. And today they can win. But the venom in the air from yesterday is because of the amount of investment the fans have in this team. And they're letting it out. That's exactly what's happening here this morning. I just told Greg, I've been in this time slot at this radio station since 2012. And I only remember 2 moments related to the Tigers where there's been this amount of venom. It was when Valverde blew it in New York. And then they still won the series, but people were so upset with Valverde. And it was Ortiz homer. Other than that, we've never had this kind of response in such a negative way. And there's some positive people out there, and it's okay to be that way.
It is.
But
and I wouldn't be surprised as you get closer to game time, as Karsh and Anderson get to the noon hour or even 1 o'clock, and fans are starting to head down to the game, that the temperature starts to change because you will play a game today. It takes everybody a little bit of a different time to turn the page. We wake up this morning at 6, and everybody's still raw from what happened last night.
When you say they will play a game today, I can hear like a smile creeping a little bit because you got a chance to go out and win.
Yeah.
I think when some people hear you say they play a game today, it's a threat.
Okay, yeah, you can take it however you want.
Not that you're saying it that way, but I think to some people it's a threat. Oh, my baseball team's going to play again today.
They have a chance
to
go
watch this
out
team
there
play again today
and win, and earn a chance to play a 5th game and put their best pitcher on the mound. That's Tarek Skubal.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We've got another clue for Name That Lion to give you as the hour rolls on. John, it's a Wednesday, which means the power surge. We'll make sure to get your best teams in the NFL. Is our team number 1? It's 97-1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Your third clue for Name That Lion, a chance to win Lions tickets. We do it every Wednesday. I won Super Bowl 28. Clue number 3, I won Super Bowl 28. Name that lion. Listen for the sounder for your chance to call in and win a pair of tickets. Let's get to the power surge.
Well, this is a bit of an interesting week because a couple of weeks ago when I bumped the Lions up to number 3, everybody said, did you not see them play the game against Green Bay? It was televised. And yes, I did see that, but I also know that this is a snapshot in time of the season. And so I was Not too upset by the backlash that I got from some, mainly one sitting across from me. And so just a little recap on last week. The teams that were just on the outside looking in, Kansas City. Oh, poor Kansas City. They lost again. And Pittsburgh's kind of still right there. That's a team that they're 3-1, but does it feel like they're 3-1? That division has taken a dive in a lot of different ways. Obviously, Baltimore is not performing up to standard, and neither is Cincinnati. Indy was on the outside looking in. What do I do with Indy after another win? The Chargers were on the outside looking in. They took a tough loss. San Francisco, Jacksonville, and Green Bay. All those teams just on the outside looking in. San Francisco gets a big win. Jacksonville, 4-1. They're the team that beat Kansas City. So what do I do this week? Well, those teams that are just on the outside looking in and trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I think there is a clear delineation of teams that have a decent record, 3-2, 3-1, that, or even 2-1-1, that we don't really know what to make of. Pittsburgh, Minnesota, and New England. Now, New England just handed Buffalo their first loss. Do we really think New England is a legitimate team?
Not in the top 6.
No. But so these are the teams on the outside looking in. Minnesota, same thing. He had quarterback issues. Carson Wentz is in, he's out, he's in, he's out. They can't protect their quarterback. Pittsburgh, still have no idea what to make of them. Denver, all right, nice win.
Yeah, good win.
All right, but still on the outside looking in. The two LA teams, the Chargers and the Rams. Now, the Rams were on the precipice. They were just outside last week, and, did they do enough to move up? We'll see. Washington, Seattle, Green Bay, all still on the outside. And Jacksonville.
Yeah, what about Jacksonville?
Jacksonville, they are team 6.5. Still not in, even though they're 4. Because, all right, they won the game. They did enough to win the game. But if Chris Jones shows a little effort, maybe they don't. Although, that's Kansas City.
Yep.
So, Jacksonville, they're team 6.5. Team number 6, just make it into the power surge, the San Francisco 49ers. They are the team that is winning, or that are currently out in the West, that is number 1 in their division, and they've done it with Brock Purdy. They're doing it with Mac Jones. And I think the big question on this one, which has nothing to do with the power surge, but what if Mac Jones was drafted by the San Francisco 49ers versus Brock Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant? Would we be talking about Mac Jones as one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL? I don't know that he's there, but his journey has taken him there, and they are winning with him.
When they beat the Rams last week, that was, as shorthanded as they were on the road, even though their fans kind of made it a home game, that was a big win. And
this is some of the reasons why. And you take a look at the top 6 teams, and other than one of them, I think you could look at the head coach and say, that's why they're always in contention for being one of the top 6. San Francisco certainly fills that category. Number 5, the Indianapolis Colts finally make it in, and they jump all the way up to number 5. And when you look at what Daniel Jones has done, I mean, apparently all you have to do is leave the Giants and you become a superstar. Now, he had one, obviously, stint, up in Seattle, to get him right. But Indianapolis right now, you look at some of their wins and you say, okay, Dolphins, Broncos, Titans. The Broncos game is looking pretty good. A win over the Raiders, Their only losses to the Rams, but they are 4-1 right now, and they are playing really good football. Tyler Warren is having a hell of a rookie season.
Yeah, I think you could have flipped the Niners and the Colts because of the Rams game head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, okay, could have, but this is how I feel about it right now. Number 4, Philly. And last week I had them at 2. They're down to number 4, and here's why. There's something wrong in Philly. And I don't necessarily know that it's just A.J. Brown. I don't know what it is, but some of it is play calling. Saquon Barkley, 1 run, 1 handoff in the second half. He had, 6 carries for 30 yards. They gave up 6 sacks in that game. They're not playing good football right now. And they are a team that has to win in the trenches and should be winning in the trenches, but they're not. That's why I bumped them down to number 4. 3, It's the Buffalo Bills. And when you look at Buffalo and you say, okay, well, hey, they lost to New England. Shouldn't have lost to New England. It was a bad loss, and they really haven't beaten anybody else, even though the Ravens at that time, starting off the season, that was a big win. And the fact that they came from, 15 down with 5 minutes left. But then it's been Jets, Dolphins, Saints. So I'm not ready to throw them out yet, but they are underperforming at this point. But they're number 3. Number 2, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And, I mean, there's a case to be made right now, and I know some people talked about it before the season, for their quarterback to be in the conversation for MVP. If they keep winning the way that they're winning, because Baker Mayfield has been able to, whether it's the Falcons game, the Texans games, the Jets games, the Seahawks game, even the Eagles game, he gave them a chance to win at the end of every single game. It's exhausting watching Tampa Bay play because they could be making life easier on themselves, but some of that is due to injury. And they have been able to manufacture wins still at this point. The number 1 team, obviously the one team that we all care about, this week, the snapshot in time is the Detroit Lions, and I got them at number 1 because, that week 1 loss was a bad loss. But since then, it's been 52 points, 38 points, 34 points, 37 points. You're averaging over 35 points through those 4 games. Your offense has been dominant. And it's not just been offense. It's been offense, defense, special teams. I believe they're the most complete team at this point. They are playing as the most complete team because they don't have to just rely on the offense. The defense comes up with some big moments. They found a way to stop a mobile quarterback, not just stop him in Lamar, but actually sack him. And so I've got the Lions playing as they enter week 6. It's the best team in the NFL currently.
Homer. No, you're not. In fact,
Right.
This is the consensus across the NFL right now. How about some other power rankings? The Ringer, Lions number 1. NFL.com, Lions number 1. Sports Illustrated, guess who's number 1?
Lions.
It's the Detroit Lions. ESPN, Lions are number 1. Yahoo Sports number 1. The Athletic, CBS Sports, USA Today, all have the Lions currently today as the number 1 team.
And I talk about coaching. Part of it is you always play to your standard. And have the Lions been perfect? Absolutely not. But they don't play down to the level of their competition. They didn't play down to Cincinnati. They didn't play down to the Browns. They didn't play down to what we now believe is the Ravens. They didn't play down to the Bears. They have made some corrections. You are allowed to get better throughout the season. I say it all the time. They made the corrections, and they are playing to what we believe is the Detroit Lions standard.
Spotlight this week, Niners playing Buccaneers. 2 teams in your power surge. In 2 weeks on Monday night, your number 1 and number 2 teams face off, Detroit, hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Right before they go into the bye week. Can't wait.
It's the power surge. You want to win tickets? Now's your chance. You've been listening to this hour. You heard the clues. You know who it is. Call in. Name that Lion. Win a pair of tickets Monday night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning new Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets the final price based on due at signing amount of $3,569. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit GMCofferinfo.com. That's GMCofferinfo.com if you want more details.
Today has been a lot of Tiger talk, and we've got a couple people on hold. We'll wrap the hour, hear from them. Last night at the ballpark was sad and depressing. 41,000 people showed up. More orange than I thought there'd be. They waited through a rain delay, and they waited through a listless performance from the Tigers, who had 0 walks going to the 9th and 9 strikeouts on the day. Brutal. As John has pointed out, the sun has come up. It is tomorrow. They'll play, and they'll play at 3 o'clock today with a chance to keep their season alive. We are into stave season, John.
Yep. And, hey, let's just continue this one more game.
The question was burnout. Last night felt like a game where Tigers fans were burned out. And it wasn't just last night. It's been going on for a while here. We've taken those phone calls for weeks, probably about a month now. And then is the series over? We've both said no. Today's a pick'em. You got the better pitcher. You win. Skubal game 5. And I know they don't always win the Skubal start, but I'll take my chances with Skubal on the mound.
Sure, you always take your chances
single
with
time.
Tarek on the mound.
We gave away Lions tickets. Name that Lion.
Yeah.
Your clues. I played for the Lions and the Chiefs. I'm Canadian. And I won Super Bowl 28. Now, for those that aren't great with their Super Bowls, that was the Dallas Cowboys beating the Buffalo Bills. Who was that Lion, John?
This is one of my all-time favorite teammates. Played for us in Washington in 2000. That would be Eddie Murray. Kicker. And I know that Eddie is a frequent listener, so a little shout-out to Eddie. His daughter is currently one of the Lions cheerleaders. Cool. And so it was 1992 was his season with the Kansas City Chiefs. And Jim, how many games did he play with Kansas City?
1. So it's a bit diabolical.
It is.
But we make it tough. These are great tickets. This is Monday night. These are great tickets.
Yeah. Hats off to Kyle from Livonia, because you know what happens in Livonia. And
win tickets.
So funny story real quick about Eddie Murray. We signed him in 2000 to kick because I think it was Brett Conway was our kicker and he got hurt, and what kickers do, right? And when we signed him, I remember watching him as a kid here in Detroit. His first year was 1980. I was 4. And then watching him for so many years. Last year with Detroit was in 91. So for all of my formative years of watching the Lions, he was the kicker.
Yep.
And when we signed him, I didn't even know that he was still playing. And he was literally, that was my second year in the league. And he was literally only a couple of years younger than my dad. It was awesome. He was so much fun to have on the team. So great. One of the all-time great guys.
Kyle in Livonia, our winner. He won a pair of tickets to see the Lions take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Monday, October 20th, and a pair of passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market. It's by the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate is back by Bullseye Event Group. All you can eat, an open bar 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. Want to talk to a couple more Tiger fans?
Yeah, why not?
All right, let's get to Lucas in Macomb. Lucas, good morning.
Hey, fellas. Love the show, by the way. I got to defend a couple of Tigers fans because I'm one of them, and I was at the game last night. And not everybody's me, I understand this, but I drove home from CMU just to see this game and root on my team, and now I'm driving up right now. And the thing is the people that are railing on us for not cheering, what do you want us to cheer? Dylan Dingler not blocking the ball, Riley Green not throwing it in, trying to get the guy out when we're down, 5-6 runs, whatever it was, or Kerry Carpenter not catching a ball. I'm going to show up and cheer for my team, but I'm a realistic guy. If you're not playing good, then what are we cheering for? Like, come on now. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, if they want us to cheer more, then why don't those fans show up and cheer? Tell me what you're going to cheer for. Show up and, cheer for a strikeout? Sure. I wasn't booing. I'll tell you that. I was not one of the fans that was booing, but I was trying to cheer when there was opportunities.
I know you're heading back to school, Lucas. Are you going to tune in today at 3:00 and be ready to roll?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm actually, I got class till 3:15, which kind of sucks, but I'm going to have a earpiece in on the Odyssey app and listen to the first, I would say, minute of the game, and then I'm going to try and get back home and watch the game as soon as I can. And I haven't given up on this team. I have not. But it's just, I don't know. It sucks because we have to have perfect conditions. And I know Jim was at the game last night. You got 10-mile-per-hour winds coming in at you. And it's just, we got to have perfect conditions, perfect pitching opportunities for us to hit the ball. It's just, you got to be realistic, guys. Come on.
Yeah, they have
you've
do
seen
it.
This team.
They have to do it the hard way, which has made it the agonizing way and the painful way for so many of the fans, right? They have to do it without a first-round bye or a division title or a lot of those home games. They finally get the home games. They have to do it with a limited limp offense. But, John, they won 2 in Cleveland with a limp offense. They had one big inning. It was the difference. They won game 1 in this series in Seattle, took extra innings, had to do it the hard way. It's always, this is their own design, by the way. Like, they can talk about adversity. It's self-created adversity.
Sure.
But they still got a shot, John.
And we are inching closer and closer to that 3 o'clock mark where Casey Mize takes the mound, and you got yourself a chance.
And you won't have to wait out a 3-hour rain delay today, so hopefully people have a little more energy in the tank, and hopefully the team gives them a reason to cheer.
Is today supposed to be another orange out?
I think so, yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Despite what the one texter said.
Maybe there won't be rain jackets, or it'll be a little cooler today than it was, I don't know, about last night. Maybe about the same temperature, but the sun will be out.
It did feel like fall yesterday.
Yeah. Fall has arrived.
Did dip into the 50s.
So we'll see what the stadium looks like, and let's see what our boys will do.
Yeah, it's an orange out, despite that one ticket texter who called for all-black funeral. It's still an orange out. The season hasn't been.
No.
It's Dave's season. Season's not over.
Yeah.
We got the guys standing by, Comerica Park.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, it sounds like you have some extra noise going on with you.
Yeah, they got the
why not?
the leaf blower out there.
Let's get it all going.
Always. It is fall.
It's kind of.
It is fall. That's
But
a
it
great,
looks
that's
like
a
they're
great
blowing
point,
grass clippings. Whatever.
So
how
your
this
thoughts on the game last night? And
They look cooked. They look absolutely broken and cooked. That's my thoughts. Yep. And
Aren't you guys the
look,
optimists?
we are. We are. We balance out the not John portion of the morning show with some optimism, and it's hard to today, and in many ways impossible. It is. They look like a broken baseball team, and this is a pitching matchup that favors them, and there's a lot of baseball talk we could give you as to why this is a very winnable game, but last night was bad.
Au contraire. Well, I mean, last night was bad. There's no way around that. But today's a new day, Doug. Today's a new day. The sun is shining.
Sell it, Scott.
It's beautiful outside.
Convince me, please.
The pitching matchup is way in the Tigers' favor today. Bryce Miller has been brutal for Seattle this season. And you've got Casey Mize, who has one awful game on his resume against Seattle and then has a near-perfect game on his resume against Seattle. It's advantage Tigers. That's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to look into anything that happened in the ninth inning yesterday as momentum because I don't believe it. But what I do believe is the matchups. And I think this is going to be a Tiger victory and in a very important and
it's
a staving off game 4.
It's possible, but I'm the least optimistic I've been in a long time.
Well, sounds like it's 10 o'clock.
How do you know?
All right, guys.
Yeah,
Ding
maybe stop over at the
dong.
church there and say a little prayer and whatever you guys got to do to help this team out.
Whatever it takes. Carson
We'll
Anderson
do what
next.
we can.
97.1.
All right, Gator, I'm glad you're a little bit more optimistic than I am. I thought last night, when you include the defense and the continued lack of hitting, I mean, a lot of it had to do with Logan Gilbert. And yes, there are baseball reasons to like Casey Mize versus Bryce Miller. Under normal circumstances, I would like this pitching matchup, but the Tiger bats seem completely dead. And, you know, if they can get to Bryce Miller early, which the word if or get to him is doing a lot of heavy lifting considering who these bats and what has happened, then they might have to go to their long reliever, which is Emerson Hancock, and Emerson Hancock didn't make it out of the first inning against the Tigers earlier this year. This team they need a seance, they need an Etsy witch, they need a Ouija board, they need something, my man. They need something.
They do need something. And what they need to first of all do is just flush last night right out of their minds, right? It was brutal to have to sit through a 3-hour rain delay. It was ridiculous that it was a 3-hour rain delay if it was going to be that. Look, I was here yesterday, okay? I know what the weather was like, and it didn't look like it was going to change for a long, long time. I'm pissed that Major League Baseball didn't just go ahead and take the reins at like 2 o'clock and say, you know what? No, we're going to push this game. It's going to be a 6:30 start or 6 o'clock start, and then they can delay it after that. But to start in the delay at, you know, getting everybody down here and not letting anybody know there's going to be a delay until 3:30 was dumb. So I sat through all the rain. I was out here out in by the Miller Lite Lounge out in right field hanging out with my niece and her boyfriend, and we were talking, met a bunch of people out here. It was great. And the spirits were up by the people. But 3 hours is an awfully long time to have to deal with all that. And I'm not making excuses. The Tigers were terrible yesterday. They were allergic to hitting, and they have been allergic to hitting for a while here, and it's brutal. The errors on defense, don't expect to see that, right? But
No.
It happened. So you know what's not going to happen today? They're not going to have that. You know what else isn't going to happen today? It's not going to rain. I can't see the Tigers making those kinds of mistakes in back-to-back games. This one has all the advantages for them because of the pitching matchup. This is like Seattle's, embarrassing spot they don't like to talk about. It's this part in the rotation. Like, we don't have that fourth guy, so let's see what we can do here. We'll just cobble it together. Maybe we can get away with a win because we got big bats. Well, the Tigers combat that with Casey Mize. And Casey Mize, more often than not this season, has been really good. Not just good, but really good. And then he's been bad in the other games. Well, I'm going to count on really good Casey Mize to show up today because we've seen him show up against Seattle earlier in the season, 5 2/3 innings, 1 hit, no runs in that outing. Walked a few guys and struck out 6, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to concentrate on that. I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up anybody's channel and talk about, the 9th inning, look what they did. Yeah, they did it against a pitcher that had a 7-run lead who was just, trying to go through the motions and get the team out of it. And Jake Rogers comes up, hits a base hit, and somebody else gets a hit. Jemai Jones gets a hit. Walk or whatever. Torkelson hits the double again. And, again, I'd like to focus on how Torkelson hit that double. It's another game where he goes opposite field. I really wish the Tigers would kind of bottle that approach and look at it and recognize that we can do that. We don't have to pull everything. And I think that this is a time that they can, kind of come together, throw it in the garbage, forget about last night, get after it today, force the game 5, and then you got your ace going on Friday night.
I say this all the time on the air. I'm not a coach. I have no idea how to make Major League Baseball players better, and it's sometimes irritating when listeners call up and say, well, here's what they need to do. Did you ever coach? No. Are they focusing too much on the S in the OPS? The slugging?
The slugging part?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Are they swinging for the fences way too much? Is that A.J. Hinch and Michael Bernard and their hitting staff might scoff at this, and players themselves might scoff at it, but it's just the epidemic of strikeouts and the lack of clutch hitting when, a single would get it done, a double would get it done. But, at the end of the day, it's highly discouraging to see. And I give this team credit in this sense. They have staved and they have fended and they have kept at bay worst-case scenarios. They've flirted with them, right?
Yeah.
But they've never succumbed to the worst-case scenario. they flirted with they blew the number 1 seed in the division title, but they didn't succumb to missing the playoffs. They just got in. And then they flirted with disaster in the Cleveland series, and I don't know if it was disaster. They flirted with losing it, but they stayed alive, right? They managed to get out, and now here we are, and it all comes down to today. And they have got to muster up something to find a way. And baseball's a funny sport in that one game to the next, things can look completely different. They can look completely different, and we all know that. And it's the worst sport that lends itself to hot takes because things happen at a glacial pace, right? I mean, you can look awful one bat and great the next at bat. Why that happens, I have no idea. But at the end of the day, it's hard for me to muster up enthusiasm for a team that I thought, all in all, between the pitching, all around, the fielding, the hitting, last night looked like the signs of a broken team to me. Well, and
it was an ugly performance all around. I mean, the pitching was bad, the hitting was non-existent, and the fielding let them down too with a couple of just strange errors. Riley Green throwing the ball into home, Zach McKinstry deciding not to cut it off, and then the ball gets past Dingler, get a close play at the plate, but it should never have come to that. And obviously Kerry Carpenter's misplay of the fly ball in right field, that's not good either. But those aren't things that I expect to happen in back-to-back games. The Tigers have been too good defensively for too much of the season to think that that's going to creep up and bite them again. I'm very confident that the Bats are going to come back and do something in this game because because the matchup is better. This isn't some guy who's gone out there and absolutely dominated teams. Look at this guy's game log. It's horrific. It's absolutely. This is like, okay, hey, Charlie Morton's on the mound. I mean, this is kind of what it looks like. So,
I know, but I think of those series late in the year against Miami and
you're damaged.
Pittsburgh.
You're damaged. Yep. I understand.
I think they're damaged. But.
But you're damaged also, and I understand that. It's been rough watching this team, but sometimes you just need to flush it out and get back after it. This is a golden opportunity to do it. Obviously, any cliche you want to use, back against the wall, must win. Absolutely, it all applies here. But they've got a chance to go ahead and take advantage of a pitcher who's not very good. And this is an offense that we saw for far too long this season be very good. Now, am I expecting Zach McKinstry's going to go out there and hit 2 home runs today, or Gleyber Torres is going to have 4 hits? No, not necessarily. But I do think this team can get off to a really good start, and that confidence is going to build with this team, and they're going to be able to shut down Seattle and force that Game 5.
I was thinking of something that has been pervasive throughout our program for years, and it's a theory and something we call MJM. And we have had very little to almost no MJM with the Tigers, which means maybe, just maybe, you're a little MJMing today.
I'm not. I don't think it's maybe, just maybe. Maybe, just maybe is like there's no hope at all. Then no, not with this. This is an advantage. This is, you look at analytics. You like numbers.
I do.
You like numbers?
I do.
We got numbers. Take a look at what this pitcher does, and then go revisit what the Tigers used to be. This is a team that can still get back to that. I do agree with you. I think that this team looks too much at the S in the OPS. I do think they're swinging for the fences. And some of these guys need to calm it the hell down and swing a level instead of just trying to crush the ball 420 feet because they can see that Seattle does that. That's Seattle. That's how they're made up. You guys, you hit the ball just fine. And, in fact, you can pump the ball over the fence just fine without even trying. So let's just get back to playing that kind of baseball. Get out there. And it's going to have to start with the top of the lineup. I don't know what it's going to look like today. I don't know if we're going to see any tweaks. I don't know. Did AJ get too cute with it yesterday? No, I think they ran into a buzzsaw in a pitcher and a team that just is struggling mightily. Today is not a buzzsaw situation. Today is a situation when this team knows they got to let it all out there, and they will.
Well, look, I'm in spirit aligned with you. Is that you got that in spirit? I'm aligned with you, and I hope you're right. 248-539-9797. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. We are outside of Comerica Park, where it will be buzzing in a mere 5 hours with people excited for a chance to see one more game. We're guaranteed nothing other than 9 more innings. We'll see if this Tiger team can once again dig deep and find something. And get it to a Friday game with a Scooble start. Because if they can get it to a Friday game with a Scooble start, then it feels like it swings back to advantage Detroit. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Love to hear from you, your thoughts on last night, and more so today. Are you mustering up any hope for today? You've heard Gator build the case for it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Well, that didn't help in any way in a variety of fronts. 248-539-9797. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. People want to talk. It is a Wednesday. Sun's out and shining. A little chilly here in the shade, but looks like it's going to be a nice day and hopefully a day that we see epic staving here at Comerica Park. But we'll have the game here on 97.1 The Ticket starting at 3 o'clock, and we will be here up until 2. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls as we go to Robbie leading us off here on 97.1. Hi, Robbie.
Hi, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you.
What I was just saying was I really don't understand how all these people are, freaking out. I understand that the last month of the season was not ideal. I understand that, this team has definitely, made you, clench your teeth quite a few times. And, that sinking feeling like, oh, the bottom's going to fall out is going to happen. But it hasn't happened yet. It's not like this team has some overpowering lineup or some studded lineup of pitchers. We have one great pitcher, one good pitcher, and a couple of players who hit really good against people who throw the ball a certain way and not so well against people who throw the ball, out of a different arm. And until that changes, this is just the reality of the situation that you're going to have to accept as a fan if you want to watch this team play baseball.
Well, I mean, the context here is important, and I think that's why I'm not hostile towards them. I'm just kind of thinking that they look done. And I think the organization has done a great job the last couple of years to keep this team competitive and to make sure that the grass clippings are away from the driveway over here.
Please.
Unforgivable if they weren't. But the organization's actually done a pretty good job. They've come up short in terms of getting that next piece or doing whatever was necessary, whether it's trading from outside the organization or having people inside the organization that were the answers. The goal is not to go out the same round they did a year ago. The goal is to be better than they were a year ago, and they're on the brink of doing the same thing as they did a year ago. It was a ton of promise. It's hard to reset and kind of keep it in context. There's a difference between being where I am, I guess, and hostility. I am not quite understanding some of the outward hostility, and there is hostility towards this team.
Well, the hostility. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, sorry. I think the hostility it comes from what people would do if they were in charge, what they wanted to see done, and,
sure.
I understand that that's where it comes from, and some people are willing to just sell out, do whatever it takes to make this team better. That they wanted to get Suarez at the deadline. It didn't happen. I saw the Free Press today had an article. I think it was Evan Petzold had an article with a headline talking about is Suarez going to haunt the Tigers? And I'm thinking, why? Because he had a solo shot last night? That's not what beat the Tigers. And I don't know if his production down the stretch was going to make a huge difference. I think it would have probably given the Tigers a chance to win the division. But would it have given them the number one overall seed? Or a top 2 seed, I don't know, and I don't even think that matters when you get back to it, because here they are, they're in the second round, and you're going to have to face good teams. They clearly need to have different hitters moving forward. I think there's going to be a lot of changes in the offseason, and I don't necessarily think those changes could have been made during the season at the trade deadline. I don't think Suarez would have done the one thing, so I get there's frustration with people. I'm going to push back at that and say this isn't the year. I know everybody says just get in, get a chance, and then we're going to take a step back after this is all said and done, and we're going to say, okay, was this team – you look at Seattle, you look at Detroit, I think there's clearly one roster that's better than the other. If you look at the other teams, look at Toronto and look at Detroit, look at New York and look at Detroit, just in the American League, let alone what's going on in the National League, the Tigers do not have the best roster. They may in a couple years, but right now they don't. And what they could have done or what they didn't do at the trade deadline, I don't think would have affected it all that much.
Well, this trade deadline is probably going to be a subject here for months, and it has been. As frustrating as it might seem, we don't know what deals were turned down. We don't know.
Correct.
We don't know what teams said. Because when we spent all our time focusing last year on selling, we focused a lot on Baltimore. Whether it was give them Flaherty back or Skubal or do they need a bullpen arm. And you know what we talked about? We talked about getting some of their top prospects, right?
A lot of their top
We didn't talk
prospects.
about getting number 6 through 14.
No, we talked about getting 1 through 4.
So what do you think? What do you think people that called up Scott Harris asked for?
I think they called up and started the conversation asking for 1
through 4. And he
Or
said
1 through
no.
5.
So now he's got a lot riding on 1 through 4. He's got a lot riding on 1 through 4. But that's, again, probably more of an off-season topic. Liam is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Liam.
Hey, guys. First time, long time. Not going to go doom and gloom on the Tigers. I think we all know yesterday was pretty horrible, but I think today they need to try and just shorten up their swings. It seems like they're over-swinging on a lot of these things, and I agree with you, like what you guys said. Like, stop going for the fence. I think just kind of try to poke some balls into play and make Seattle play a little on their toes. And I think if you can get the game going back to Seattle with Skubal on Friday, their fans are freaked out about this playoff streak of them not winning. And I think Friday, if you have a Game 5, they're going to be scared.
Well, they don't want to face Skubal. I would not want to face Skubal. And if the Tigers manage to get it to Skubal, they'll probably feel like a rejuvenated team that has been, their chest got paddled and the EKG started beeping again. And if they can get it to Skubal, then I think everything swings back in Detroit's favor. The performance last night by the Tigers was bad. I mean, on all fronts, it was bad. And I'm not sure that there's any sugarcoating it. Now, can you bounce back from one day to the next? In baseball, probably more than a lot of other sports, because the wild variability from a Tuesday to a Wednesday is crazy in this sport, and that's what we got to kind of hope for.
I agree. I think they just need to try to get a ball to bounce in their direction and try to ride that wave after it.
Thank you, Liam. 248-539-9797.
Look, I was a terrible hitter when I played Little League. It's ridiculous for me to give hitting advice.
This is going to be rich.
Oh, it is. It's ridiculous for me or really anybody else that has hardly played baseball at anywhere near a high level to sit there and be hypercritical about this. And yet I also feel like, are there some things that are obvious, like you said, with the focusing too much on the slugging percentage part of it and swinging for the fences? Is it too obvious that this team just doesn't have the right approach when they have 2 strikes? That they're not trying to just protect the plate and take emergency hacks, that they're still like, oh, it's the count 0-0. I'm just waiting for my pitch.
I can't imagine. And first of all, it's probably too simple for us to look at it and say that. Like, I
Way
can't
too
pipe, because
simple.
here's why. Here's why. It's not like the alarm bells just sounded.
Right.
They've been going off for weeks.
Yeah. They have been, yes, without question. And the whole post All-Star break Tigers, there have been very few players that have played well, hit well, I should say. And a couple of guys that did, boy, are they not hitting well. You look at Dylan Dingler, who was one of the few guys in the second half of the season that actually hit well. He's been brutal for the last few weeks.
Let's go to E next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, E. Did we lose E?
There you go.
No, right. I'm here.
All right, what's up, E?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Okay.
Right. First off, I called a couple weeks ago and I said the Tigers, we messed up at the trade deadline. And yesterday it showed. Even though it was a one-run home run, he still hit a home run. We shouldn't have let that guy leave when Pittsburgh was here. Moving forward now. Everybody keeps saying Skubal in Game 5. But what did Skubal do in Game 2? Yesterday we choked. The third, fourth, and the fifth batter for Seattle did not get a hit, and we did not capitalize on that. We down 8-1 going into the ninth inning. How are we thinking anything possible with these guys? It's
a better matchup today.
They're not hitting.
It's a better matchup today. It's a better matchup
but are
today.
we going to hit?
No,
are we going to hit?
I hope so. It's a better matchup.
It is a better matchup.
It's a way better matchup.
But with that said,
I mean, guess what?
Against a terrible pitcher.
Okay, Friday in Game 5. Okay.
All right, great. Let's talk. We'll talk. You know what? We'll talk about a Game 5 if we get to a Game 5, and then we'll talk about how they got a matchup against Skubal, and it'll be a pitcher's duel, and we're all our sphincters are going to be all puckered up because it's going to be a tight ass game on Friday if they get to that Friday. That's how it's going to be.
Do you think Seattle's scared of Skubal?
Yes.
No. Yes.
How? They showed
because they had so much. Because they had so much success against him.
I don't.
the other
Do I
day?
think? If you ask me, do I think Seattle wants to face Tarek Skubal? It's a resounding no.
See,
They do not want to face Tarek Skubal.
One last thing, fellas. One last thing. We think about Skubal in the past. It's what have you done for me lately? Skubal has been horrible his last 4
That's 7 innings of giving up just a 2
It
runs.
has not
It's
been
really
horrible. Thank you for the call, E. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Rake in the savings with low payments on the remaining 2025s. Lease a new 25 Trax LS for $299 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $299. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH. SaySarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Costco membership. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends November 3rd. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. I just want to say this to the last caller. I understand his frustrations and some of what he said. There's some truth to some of what he said. Skubal was horrible, was his quote. Skubal in the postseason's gone 14 2/3. He's given up 8 hits, 4 walks. He has struck out 23 and has a 1.48 ERA. That is so far from horrible. I think that is the exact opposite of horrible.
It is the opposite of horrible. Now, if he, I guess he was more prepared. What Skubal wasn't in the regular season at Seattle was good. He had struggled with Seattle.
Yeah, but I can guarantee Seattle don't want to face him.
I can't imagine that Seattle wants to face him at all. No. I mean, you'd want to have the easier route. And Skubal is clearly the toughest route, particularly how he's pitched lately.
All right, college football questions. We do it every Wednesday at this time. Are you ready, my friend?
I am.
Let's go. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
It is a tail. I will receive.
All right, here we go, Doug. Question number 1. These two coaches are in very different situations, but who's more likely to be at their school next year? James Franklin at Penn State or Kurt Cignetti at Indiana?
So I think it's Cignetti, and I think he is a candidate to get poached. But I think Franklin and Penn State might be headed towards a mutual parting of ways. Before the season, Franklin said this is the best combination of player and coaching talent he's had in 12 seasons at Penn State. And they got 2 losses, including a brutal one. His contract runs 6 more years. He's owed $50 million. But there are places out there, decent Power 4 programs that would take him in a heartbeat. Virginia Tech, Oklahoma State. There's other jobs that could open, Auburn and Florida, just to name a couple. Or how about the irony of all ironies? How about James Franklin to UCLA? The school that just beat him and effectively perhaps ended his time at Penn State. I don't know. But if I were James Franklin, I think I'd be seeking a fresh start.
Absolutely not. If you're James Franklin, you're staying right where you're at. You've got 50 million reasons not to ask to move out of State College. If State College wants to get rid of you, pay me. That's where you're at right now. You've been very pedestrian, less than so. In fact, as a head coach at Penn State, when it comes to the big games, you just don't get the big wins. So going elsewhere, it ain't going to be any greener at other pastures. He's going to stay right where he's at. Cignetti's going to get poached for sure, I think, if not this year, the next year. But if I were another Power 5 school, Power 4 school, whatever it is, I would absolutely look at Cignetti. I wouldn't even think about Franklin. $50 million, he's staying right where he's at.
Well, how about we just kill 2 birds with 1 stone here and both guys leave and Cignetti takes over for Franklin? I mean, $49 million is a big buyout, but I've said it before, guys. With these big-time programs, I don't think it matters as much, and they're willing to pay. They'll get the donors and the alumni to take care of that. Franklin's unlikable. He can't win the big game, clearly. The program's not in a complete disaster right now, so I think now might be the time to go get the next guy, and we'll be Googling how much Cignetti's buyout is in case that doesn't work out at Penn State either. All right, Illinois has hasn't lost since their last 53-point blowout to a top 10 Indiana school. Saturday they host number 1 Ohio State. Will the Illini get blown out again? Is that a
well,
jet?
let's wait till.
I mean, what are we doing?
We're landing a helicopter is what we're doing.
Good, that's a new one.
That's
a new one. We haven't had the Army invasion here. Thank you.
TC is going to drop off Magnum.
All right, so I'm sorry. So the question is
are they going to get blown
out against Ohio State? The answer is yes. They're going to get blown out against Ohio State. Ohio State's just getting better and better as the season is going on. Illinois and the Fighting Altmaiers, yeah, I don't see them getting back into a tight game, not against Ohio State.
I think that it depends on your definition of blowout.
3 touchdowns or more. How's
okay,
that?
I'm going to go with 24 points is what I came up with, which is about what I think it's going to be. I think Illinois is a good team. I think Ohio State is a great team. So I think they will lose by 24. And if that's your definition of blowout, then it's a blowout.
Are they going to get blown out? I don't know. Is there a lot of background noise when we do these remotes? Yes. Okay, they're going to get blown out. They're not a terrible team, like you said, Doug, but they just cannot hang with the big boys, and I think it is at least 24-point loss against Ohio State. Ohio State's going to run it up on them. All right, this is our weekly pick and upset this weekend question.
All right, I'm going to take a James Franklin recruited quarterback is going to get it done. Eli Drinkwitz and the Missouri Tigers. They play host to Alabama. Bo Pribula, the Penn State quarterback, the transfer, is going to lead the Tigers to win over Bama. Missouri does it with defense. And they have one of the most unknown running backs in the country in Ahmed Hardy, who I think could launch himself into a Heisman race with a big game for Missouri this weekend. And Alabama gives up huge chunk plays on the ground. I'm sorry.
Well, you keep slandering Alabama week in and week out, Doug. You're never going to learn, are you? You're never going to learn. I look to a team that upset Alabama earlier this year in Florida State, and they're taking on Pitt. Pitt's coming off a big win, and their backup quarterback was spectacular in doing so. I just think Florida State is kind of a house of cards there. It's going to come tumbling down, and they're coming off a horrific loss to the rival in Miami. That's not going to sit well with them. The hangover continues, and I think Pitt takes advantage despite being like a 10.5-point underdog.
I'll take USC over Michigan. We always talk about the West Coast teams coming to Big Ten country and how it's a disadvantage for them.
They're favored.
But they're not ranked. They're not ranked.
Okay.
I'm going by the ranks.
Okay.
Hey, that's why it's a good pick, I think.
USC's not ranked?
No. So I got, it works the other way around, though. So Michigan go cross country. I like Jordan Maeva a lot. Michigan State saw how tough he can be and how good of a passer he can be. I think Michigan's pass defense is kind of suspect at times. I like Bryce Underwood a lot, but he is a freshman, so he's prone to freshman mistakes that will pop up when you least want them to. I'll take USC. Bill Belichick at North Carolina has been described as it will go down as one of the worst experiments in modern college football history. Is there a lesson to be learned here?
Yeah, don't hire former NFL head coaches that have been in the NFL for like 20 years as a head coach. Don't do it. Stay away from it. They don't know what it's like to coach college football. They don't know what the whole atmosphere is going to be, the landscape. It's totally changed. Football isn't just football anymore. You've got to do all different types of things if it's going to be pro or college. They are not the same sport, even though we're starting to pay the college athletes.
Sports Illustrated's Pat Forty said it best. This is a Sun Belt roster erroneously dubbed as the NFL's 33rd team. They do not have the Jimmies and Joes. You have to have the players. You can't just parachute in on a bad team and not really know or understand how college football works. You can't just take anyone and it will work because you're Bill Belichick. College football's different, and I agree with you. That is the message. Now, making a hire like this takes you from off the map and puts you on the map. Deion put Colorado on the map. How big are they going to win there? Belichick put North Carolina on the map. You're on the map, but it doesn't mean you're winning.
Yeah, I hated this hire from the beginning. I never thought it was going to work. I mean, Bill Belichick's a great NFL mind, but he also wasn't wanted by anyone in the NFL for a reason. The message to be learned, or the lesson to be learned here is, don't hire a 73-year-old coach who's dating a 24-year-old who wants to call plays. It was a bad idea from the very beginning, and it's not just Belichick. It is the fact that he was dating a 24-year-old girl. Like, this is not the same Bill Belichick you thought you were getting that won all the Super Bowls from the Patriots. That guy, I don't know where that guy is, but this guy's on Instagram. This guy's on Facebook or whatever he wants to call it, right? He's all over the place. The cover of Us Weekly, whatever, not the same. Don't ever do this again. Everyone else learn from this. All right, acting UCLA offensive coordinator Jerry Neuheisel looks just like our very own Will Birchfield, the Birchie Kid. Give us another college football lookalike.
I'll give you a few. Luke Fickell at Wisconsin looks like Bruce Campbell, the actor that played Ash. Is it Ash in Evil Dead? What was the guy in Evil Dead? What was his name?
I think it was Ash.
Yeah. Dabo Sweeney looks like former PGA golfer and current analyst Brad Faxon. But here's my favorite. Miami quarterback Carson Beck looks like Steve Buscemi. Fargo Steve Buscemi.
Oh, the little fella.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think the obvious one is that James Franklin looks like Keegan-Michael Key.
Sure.
That's obvious, and he's actually done the impression, and it's fantastic. I'm going to go off the wall a little bit.
Let's go.
And I'm going to have to show you a picture so you understand. But I'm going to say Brett Bielema looks like
a canvas tent.
A guy who was on the TV show Storage Wars. His name was Rene Nazoda. And I think he's Dutch.
Rene Nazoda it is.
There it is.
I can see it.
And the other one that I saw, I can't believe that nobody said this, though. I don't know what the guy's name is. But the coach at North Carolina looks strangely like Bill Belichick. But that couldn't possibly be Bill Belichick.
You got me. That was good. That was really good.
All right, well, I'm gonna stick with Birchie. I think people that don't know this, Birchie used to have really long blonde hair. He cut it short though. He actually used to look like Alex Anzalone on Ozempic. So he actually was just a skinnier version of Anzalone as a Gator. If you want to go back and relate this to college football, but that's who I'm going with.
There you go.
All right, are you going to watch Chad Powers on Hulu?
No. I'm not likely to watch anything that's on Hulu. I think I have Hulu. It's part of some other combination of streaming crap that I have. But no, I don't really. I love the bit that they did with Eli Manning to come up with this in the first place. So that was awesome. Doing a whole series on it with the hunky actor, whatever heck his name is. No, I don't plan on watching it.
So, not likely. I checked today, and I do not have Hulu, and I'm not going to subscribe to Hulu. And you know me, I don't watch a lot of TV. But when I get onto a series, like that takes up all my time. And I'm looking at Escape from Dannemora. I'm an episode and a half in, and I'm slowly getting into it. So that takes up all my time. But I don't think I think they're going to struggle coming up with a whole series out of a skit.
Yeah, spinoffs are usually a bad idea. Remember those caveman Geico commercials, and they tried to make a show off of that? And it's just, no, don't do it, guys.
Wow.
I mean, it's a good bit on it.
That's
because
a poll right there.
Because it's a bit. It's a good bit.
No, I know. It's just, I'm like, that's a really good poll right there. Remember the Geico caveman?
I'll go back further.
Remember they got a TV show? That's right.
Did they try to do it with the Jerky Boys way back in the day?
Maybe. I don't know. But they're never good. Maybe. See, we don't even remember because they're not good ideas. So don't do this. No one's watching Chad Powers.
There you go, and that concludes the college football blitz thingy. We'll get back to your Tiger calls. People have been patient, venting going on a Wednesday outside of Comerica Park. Hey, FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if your bet wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets. You can build parlays, player props, whatever your style. I recommend just take a money line, a heavy favorite, and get your $300, and then build your parlay or player props. NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey.
Excited to hear Mark again?
Hey, we got the NBA's back again, and good to hear Kate Cunningham's name come up.
Well-known radio voice and social media talk show critic Mark Champion.
Listen, we love Mark because Mark was one of the first people to say "Holy
Mark's
big giant
awesome.
clam."
Mark is awesome. Mark is great. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up?
All right, so yeah, I'm happy Gators optimistic, but him pulling out the Casey Mize, kind of dominating the Seattle Mariners thing, it's kind of an albatross. It was the first game of the season.
That's right.
They didn't have Suarez or Naylor. I know maybe that's not a big deal, but you gotta piece it together. And I'm more worried. I do agree. They got the better pitcher. They got the better matchup. But I'm more worried about the yips carrying over from last night, with Terry Carpenter dropping the ball, and then that one play that included 3 players in it, all bonehead plays. It scares me because we all thought that couldn't happen, and then in 06, all the pitchers could not field every single game. So, I'm worried, and I hope you're right. I want this to go to Seattle and have Scooble dominate, but for me, I'm feeling one word, 4 letters, loss. I hope I'm wrong, guys.
Well, I hope you're wrong, too. And, look, when we talk about reasons why the Tigers could win today, build a baseball case, not saying they're due, building it around a start from 6 months ago is solid.
What?
I mean, I hope
2 starts against him. And I said this right off the bat. The last one was terrible. He went 3 innings, gave up 6 hits and 6 runs. But the one before that, which was way back at the beginning of the season, was phenomenal, where he gave up 1 hit through 5 2/3 innings and didn't give up a run.
They have a fresh bullpen, and they might tell Bryce Miller, you need to get us 9 outs. Get us through the order once.
Yeah.
He might simply say that. That might be the goal.
Oh, I'll bet it is.
And I bet
it's an all-hands-on-deck game, I think.
And they're probably thinking, if he can get them 9 outs, and then they can go to some of the guys out of their pen, because I don't know, right now, if I were pitching against the Tigers, I wouldn't be too particularly scared. There's not a lot of evidence of them stringing together crooked numbers. And, if they can now, Emerson Hancock is the guy that the Tiger. Now they chased him 6 months ago too, but he didn't get out of an inning. And if they go there, again, they're testing fate a little bit by throwing guys who've gotten shelled by this Tiger team out there, and it just may work given the context of what the Tiger bats are right now.
My confidence and my optimism are completely based on them getting off to a really good start, getting out to a lead through the first couple of innings, and not a 1-0 lead, but getting out to a 4-0 lead through the first few innings. Because I think at that point, then you start to really see the confidence in this team swell, and you're not asking for Herculean tasks from Casey Mize. I need Casey Mize to give me 5 innings. If he goes 6, that's awesome. Everybody else is completely available at this point, right? The Will Vest is available. He's ready to go. Tyler Holton's ready to go. He'll face the lefties, and he can get this thing going. You've got Rafael Montero, who's pitched well for the Tigers since they acquired him. He'll be ready to go. And the other guy who's the X factor is Troy Melton. He's got 3 days rest now after pitching, 4 innings the other day and didn't have a high pitch count. I think that's a guy that can really play a role in today's game too. If they wanted to go straight from Mize to Melton and see if Troy can give him a couple extra innings there, that'd be great. But all of it goes to crap if this team doesn't come out and hit right away. The longer this thing goes with this team not hitting, the more pressing happens and it just becomes difficult. I had an idea.
Don't give me my Apples idea again, please.
No, it's not.
Right, good.
It's and I said this 5 minutes ago when people were walking by. There were 3 people walking by with dogs.
Hold on. Maybe you should go to the Apples idea.
Oh, I see what you're saying. This team needs to figure out a way to relax. It's kind of half joking in my mind, and it is half joking, but find some way to relax. Let the dogs run through the clubhouse and just put smiles on your faces, and then go out and play some baseball. Instead, these guys they're all puckered up tight, man. I mean, it is tight in that clubhouse. Figure out a way to loosen up and enjoy what you're in. Of course, you're going to understand the moment. This is huge. You lose today, you're done, right? You bid farewell to your teammates. You clean out your lockers tomorrow, and you're done until spring. You don't want that to happen just yet. You got more baseball in you.
I want to bring Kang in and get your 2 cents on what's going on with the Tigers and in this game today.
I appreciate the optimism, Gator. I really do, because I need it, because I'm about as confident as the Tigers batters with runners in scoring position. It's just not happening. And you can say all that stuff. We've been saying it for 2 months. You know, I guess except for the maybe go home, right? Like you just said, go home. But every team at some point is faced with that, and ultimately one of the teams loses. And so I don't know how much that plays into it. I felt like they've been playing for their baseball lives for, like I said, 8 weeks now or so, and more than not, they have not come through. I'm leaning towards the way Doug feels, where I'm not the one playing, so I don't have to get my confidence level up. But as a fan, I just don't have it, man. I don't see it. The matchups don't mean anything to me, because when they've had good matchups, they haven't come through either. And so I just think that this team is broken. A fan base is kind of broken, and it reflects today. If you go on StubHub, you can get tickets as low as $40 to get in. I don't know if they sell out today.
Well, I think those tickets that's to get in price, right? Those are like standing room tickets, or the one way up in the outfield. And fair, whatever. It's a day game, and it's going to happen, and I don't really care about that. But when it comes to the matchups, when things looked like that they were in an advantageous matchup for the Tigers in the last couple of weeks, a lot of those pitchers, it was based on their season stats, not what they had done lately. A lot of those guys, when they faced them, the previous few starts, they had pitched well. This guy hasn't. This guy's been bad all season long. He's been bad. And not like, he gave up 3 runs in 6 innings bad, or 3 runs in 5 innings. Like, his ERA is like in the 5s. Bad. Come on, let's go. Take advantage of this.
Let's go to Aaron next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron. You there?
All right, sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties. Line drop there. Hey, just a reminder, Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You shouldn't go to a lawyer that specializes in all sorts of areas of the law because specialization matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research, call Steve. And check out his website at autolaw.com. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, we're outside Comerica Park. It is Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Aaron next on 97.1. Hello, Aaron.
Hey, how's it going? Long time.
What's up?
I'm sorry, my voice is gone from yesterday.
It's okay.
I just got to say something about the energy. I was like the only one in my section literally firing the guys up, trying to get something going. Fourth inning, down 4 runs. We're just trying to get something going. I just didn't feel no energy from the crowd. Maybe it was from the delay. Everybody was just wore out. We was there all day. I got there at 1, checked out the block party. But, I mean, I feel like we gave up too early, and the guys let us down, too. They let us down. They should have had some hits. We needed more hits. It just, the energy wasn't there. It didn't feel like a playoff game.
No, because it was a 3-hour rain delay. I think that had a massive effect on the crowd.
4-0 deficit, bad weather, exhausted people with maybe starting to get a little of buzz wearing off, the pocketbook getting empty. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why that was
ran out of mini pumpkins.
That was perhaps the most miserable game in recent Detroit sports memory, and on a lot of fronts.
It was bad. It was bad. And then I tried. I was there with the guys. I literally planned this for October. I got nervous in September, thinking we wasn't going to make it. I saved up for this game. I was planning. I'm like, oh, we're here. Let's get it done. And the outcome didn't come out as what I wanted to, but I'm hoping today we could pull something off.
Well, we certainly appreciate your efforts, but at the end of the day, I can see why it turned into what it turned into. That's a long frickin' day, and that's a whole nother topic. I mean, for people, how did you kill 3 hours inside the ballpark? How did you kill 3 hours inside the ballpark? I had to go down and get Michigan stuff. The delay killed me, but
I mean, I spent the first hour kind of hanging around the press box area. I went and saw some people from the station for a little bit, and then I spent the last hour and a half hanging out with my niece and her boyfriend out in right field. And then at some point, I'm like, got to go.
And at any point, did you think about getting any of those new concession items?
I did, but I was cold and I was miserable, and I was just standing there. I wasn't miserable with the company. I was miserable with the weather in that situation. And
wouldn't those burn-in hot dog things worked out?
Yeah, look, there were a lot of things that could have, but the problem is that nobody was in the seats. Everybody was in the concourse. The concourse was an absolute mess to try to navigate through because people wanted to be in covered territory so they weren't being drizzled on, even though it wasn't much of a drizzle, but you didn't want to be there. And to try to get into a food line was just futile because you would have been there for an hour and a half, even though, we would have time
to go through it twice.
Yeah, but it's just tough. So, no, I apologize. There were opportunities, and I just bailed on the opportunity.
I was excited. I was thinking you were going to come back with a full review of everything.
It was such a bad situation, man. It really was.
Jake is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Let's first thank Mother Nature for a beautiful baseball day. Beautiful weather for October baseball. Here's why I think Detroit's going to win. First of all, we're going up against a pitcher who hasn't pitched in 10 days. He had a season ERA of 5.68 with a 1.41 whip, which is horrible. I have faith in Mize today. I think he's going to give us a good, strong 6 innings. And then, I think our batting is going to get going. We got to stop batting for the fences and start, hitting line drives or, opposite field hits instead of swinging for the fences. And then if we get past this game, then I'm pretty chesty with Scuba on the mound going into Game 5.
I understand that. I mean, the problem with sort of reprogramming how you hit, there's two things. One is alarm bells have been going off forever and they haven't reprogrammed, or they've tried reprogramming and it hasn't worked. So I don't know why suddenly today they would just flip a switch and and turn things around. It'd be wonderful. You're right. It would be wonderful to just see them string together some line drives. But as far as their pitcher might have a long string of not pitching well. I just feel like a lot of the Tigers recently have made these kinds of pitchers look not bad. And I don't know. They looked broken to me last night. Baseball's a funny sport. This team has flirted with a crash out for a month and a half. They avoided major disaster and made the playoffs. Then they managed to get past Cleveland, which was actually awesome, but not without making the fan base uncomfortable along the way. And now here we are again. And it all comes down to today. And they've fended and they've staved and they've stayed alive. But today feels like that fateful day to me.
You did say baseball is a funny sport, and that
it is a funny sport.
You say that because teams can get hot real quick, and if the Tigers' bats get hot, don't let the Tigers get hot.
Right. Well, people have not been letting the Tigers get hot. Yeah, it's been
been a minute since that happened, and I wish they would get hot. I think today is going to be a different story. I think that the bats do come alive today. Will that be sustained, into hopefully for the win and then go into a Friday? I can't talk about that, but I can say that I am very confident that the bats will come today.
Let's go to Ryan next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Gator, I am so grateful for you, you beautiful, beautiful man, and your optimism. What a beautiful day it's got to be downtown. Look, in terms of the game today, I think you guys have said it all. You have the pitching matchup. Everyone's available. Vest, Finnegan, Holton, whoever you want to throw in this game is available. The only thing I'll say, and we can beat the dead horse about how bad this team has been since the break. Ironically, it's funny how it comes full circle. They haven't been the same team since the Seattle series before the All-Star break, and now here we are. But, Doug, you just kind of mentioned it. They slide all the way in, and just when you think they're not going to make the playoffs, they find a way to win one game, and they do. After Game 2 in Cleveland, everyone in the city's looking at each other like, this is it. There's no way. There's no chance. And they get it done. And you know what? They get it done in Game 1 in Seattle. Obviously, Game 2 was tough. Game 3 was a stinker. All I'm telling you guys, with anything in life, you guys know sports too, you got to wake up and go 1-0 today. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. Get the job done today, and we'll see you back in Seattle with the best pitcher in baseball on the mound. You can't set it up any perfectly than that.
Well, Ryan, I mean, there's the formula's there. The path is there. It's the question is, can they be a semblance of what they were as an offensive baseball team? Last night, the defensive stuff was disturbing. That's what made me feel like they might be broken. But, baseball's funny. I keep saying it. The next day, everything changes. I'm not particularly optimistic, but.
Absolutely. I just think, look, Doug, I think they've been in this spot before where we were having conversations, like I said, after Game 2 in Cleveland, and everyone's looking at each other like we're sick and tired of it. There's no way they can pull it off. I think, if anything, even though it was kind of a fake rally in the ninth, if there's any semblance of momentum, there it was. They hit the ball hard in the first, second inning yesterday. If there's any chance for them to do it, it's going to be today. I feel good about it. You guys enjoy your day down there. Beautiful day. Go Tigers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope they have a better approach at the plate today, and I think that the pitcher they're going against will give them an opportunity to have a better approach at the plate because he might be able to find the plate. And if that's the case, getting runners on, it's the recipe to win. The problem is the Tigers haven't been able to put those hits together when they've got runners in scoring position. Today's got to be different. It just has to be different. And it's going to start in the first inning with good at-bats, and I think we're going to see some good results right off the plate.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson outside Comerica Park. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We'll talk some NFL later this hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some funky noises? Well, if it is, I got some great advice for you. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today. They can help you out. I know this firsthand. They helped me out years ago, and I had problems with my garage door. It was making some really weird noises. It was working very slowly. And the guys came out, diagnosed the problem right there on the spot, and then they fixed it. Why? Because they're expert technicians. It's what they do. And on top of that, they've got the trucks out there in the field have all the equipment necessary to get things done and done quickly. Hey, you want to schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for you? You can do that with Precision. Go to precisiondoormi.com and you can schedule that appointment. Or do it the old-fashioned way. Pick up the phone and call them. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule online at precisiondoormi.com.
There was a lot of cliches in there from Spencer Torkelson, but hopefully they can do all that he said and just control the controllables.
Yeah, I mean, look, whatever gets him more positive, go ahead and do it and say it. And, you know, he's
I'm not mad at him.
No, I'm not at all. I mean, in the last two games, he's come up with two run doubles. So, good. That's one. Like for him to get off to launch a ball like that maybe earlier in the game. It'd be nicer to see if they can build off that. And it's not him, it's everybody. Everybody's got to do something. I mean, the numbers are absolutely pathetic through the first 3 games when it comes to the futility with what the Tigers have done, striking out an extraordinary amount, and at the same time just not hitting. Just flat out not getting on base.
Let's pull through some texts here before we get to your phone calls. Micah Petoskey says the Tigers were crazy hot when Javi Baez was in center field. What about taking a chance today and starting him there?
I'm not against it. The problem is that you take out a left-handed bat if you do that because Parker Meadows is left-handed, but what has Parker Meadows done in this series?
Diddly.
Yeah. I mean, he smoked the ball in the 9th inning last night, but it was right at first base, and it was a game-ending double play. But
God, if that gotten into the corner, I would have been like,
well, then we had something, right?
That was like the one hit. If that hit had taken place, it probably would have gone to the corner, would have scored another run.
Yeah.
Now he's at second. You got the tying run on
third.
deck with nobody out, and I would have been like, 1 out, sorry. I would have been like, well, what do we got here?
That's interesting. Yeah, and this is off off of the other senior smoke.
The team's been objectively bad the last 75 games, just no juice. The first 3 months are a distant memory. They are not tight. This is who they've been for 75 games. The approach of the plate is an abomination. Just no plan or field situation. The defense is completely tanked. Gator, understand Miller might not be the greatest pitcher, but you seem to forget the Tigers batters make bad pitchers look like they're on their way to winning the Cy Young. He'll probably no-hit them today.
Yeah,
well, they probably won't.
I don't think the Tigers have made bad pitchers look like Cy Young.
I'll take the over 1/2 a hit for the Tigers. Hey, I find victories where I can. If they get a hit, that's a win.
Cars Casino.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Donna's next on 97.1. Hi, Don.
Hey, how you guys doing? So, points I want to bring up. Yeah, hey, great day right now. I'm sitting on the patio. Sun's out. Sun's out, as Gator says, guns out.
There it is.
But anyway, I digress. But, the hitting, right? You're talking about transitioning. These are major league players. I mean, if they can't transition from man on third, let's just look at this. Like first or second and third, like instead of going, so first pitch, right? They go for the home run, but the second and third, they need to know how to advance the guy. And if they're not practicing that, then that's bad. And then the effects of Naylor and Suarez. Okay, it has nothing to do with what they're doing on the field, but I mean, these are 2 people that they've picked up. If you look at Suarez, has that home run ability. Like you're always working on that. It's like when Cabrera had somebody batting before him. Like you were afraid of those people in the lineup, and that alters pitching. And then Naylor is just a professional hitter. He followed off like 9 or 10 pitches in the first or second inning against that.
Yeah, he did. He was also
to see things.
No question, and yet he was 0 for 5 in the game. And actually, here's a strange anomaly. I understand. I hear you. I'm sort of agreeing, and yet I'm also defending in the other way, because what Seattle. I think this is an anomaly here. Seattle struck out more times than the Tigers did last night, and Naylor and Suarez have been complete non-factors in this series. Great at bat by Naylor. I'll grant you that. It was a great at bat. Was there a cumulative effect to that? I don't know if there was. Suarez just mashed a ball that was right over the heart of the plate for his first hit in the series, and it was damage, but it was limited damage. It was just a solo shot. If they're going to just give up a solo home run, I'm okay with it, because that's kind of what the damage has been in this series. Solo home runs, except for yesterday it got a little bit out of hand with that. But the first 2 games of the series were awfully close.
Yeah, but when you exacerbate that with the Tigers not being able to hit, and then all of a sudden two strikes, these guys are going for the fences instead of playing like smart ball.
None of us are like. There's no argument. Seattle's been better than Detroit. Yep. Yeah.
They have been. Yeah. They're playing a better brand.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is they're striking out. Everybody's like, I look at the game 2. Seattle struck out 10 times. The Tigers struck out 10 times. It's, both teams swing for the fences. One team is actually reaching the fences. That's the difference in the series.
Let's go to George. You're next. Hello, George.
Hi, guys. Good morning. I was at the game last night, and a season ticket holder had called me and threw me 4 ticks, so we went down there and had the best seat I ever had, is 119 right behind the visitor bench. And for us, it was more than a 3-hour rain delay because we left at noon. So it was a 7-hour rain delay. And I think the crowd was gassed by the time they started. But I want to go back to Game 2. You talk about how Scooble is the best in baseball. Torque hits a 2-run double to tie the game. Okay? AJ gives him the handshake. I'm like, come on, this is the best guy in baseball. Let him win this. It's his to win or lose. Instead, they bring in Finnegan. So I thought it was a bad move by AJ. We had him by the short hairs, and we could have got him in the second game. And
yeah, well, they needed to hit. What they didn't hit. Slow down. They didn't hit after that. It wouldn't have mattered who was pitching. The Tigers didn't hit after that.
Well,
and yes, Finnegan gave up a couple. Finnegan gave up a couple of hits there, and you look at Scooble had thrown 97 pitches, I think, prior to that point, and that's how baseball is. That's how it is today.
I know.
You don't have to like it, but it's how it is. That's just how it is today. If Scooble pitched the 8th inning, I don't know if it makes much of a difference. I know.
George, do you know what the conversations were between Scooble and AJ?
No, I don't. So
yeah.
But if AJ pulled the handshake back and said, "Go get it,"
well, maybe Scooble told him this is my last inning.
Well,
AJ's made a lot of really good calls. And that might have been a bad one, or it might have been exactly according to their plan. I mean, sure, the unknown is undefeated. If you leave him out there, does he close it out, and do they rally in the 10th?
I don't know. Turning the ball over to a bullpen arm that has been fantastic for you since the All-Star break when you acquired him. Yeah. I should say not the All-Star break, but the trade deadline in Kyle Finnegan was nothing but great for the Tigers in the regular season down the stretch.
It's of all the things that have gone wrong, A.J. Hinch's choice to take Scooble out in Game 2 is not high on my list. But
no, the things that have gone wrong, they haven't hit.
No. John is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right, John.
Hey, so two quick things. Like, we do strike out a lot. They strike out a lot. But I counted 13 times and more in the Cleveland series. Have you guys noticed, though, when they strike out, it's like a 95-mile-per-hour center fastball? Are they, like...
Who is they, Seattle or Detroit?
Detroit. Like, they're swinging at, and they're missing pitches. They're too late, right down the middle. Like, what am I missing here? I mean, are they that bad, or can they just not look for the fastball? If they throw sliders, just let them go. If they get strikes, it's okay. Tip your hat. Why aren't we just waiting for the fastball? They've been giving us good fastballs right down the middle.
I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. If I knew, I'd probably be sitting in that dugout.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't know. Kudos to you if you can recognize that quickly that it's a slider or a fastball.
It has been a team-wide epidemic.
The last thing, Parker Meadows, it breaks my heart, man. Like last year, I thought he was going to be an all-star. This year, he is. I mean, he did hit that ball hard at the end of the game last game, but, man, it's really sad to see how bad he is this year. And I'll let you guys go. Thanks for everything.
Well, it'd be good to have him maybe next year, give him a whole spring training, a whole off season, being healthy. But, yeah, I think last year Parker Meadows would really help this year's Tigers.
Sure would.
Yep. But they can't. Their plate appearances, their approach at the plate, whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but it's not working, right? And we've talked about trying to reset them. And if I'm going to pick on AJ's failings, it's not going to be one pitching change he made.
No,
it's going to be whatever he has tried to reprogram these hitters has not worked.
Because the first half of the season, there were no issues at all with the hitting. They hit the ball fine. They hit the ball with power. Their team OPS was great. Top 10 in all of baseball. They were scoring runs. None of it was a problem. And then they started to stumble before the All-Star break, and then things have just been in a total tailspin, a nosedive, however you want to look at it. It's not worked out. And I can't explain it. Can't explain why guys in the first half that had OPSs over 800 or close to 800 come back after the All-Star break, and now it's in the 600s. And it's everyone with very few exceptions.
I'm pretty sure they're broken. And last night's performance, when you combine, again, the lack of hitting, the pitching wasn't good, and then the fielding. I remember we talked about their formula was the triangulation of two of the three: field it, offense, or pitching. And the offense includes the base running. They seem to be doing so many little things in all three fronts that took a roster that doesn't look to me like the best in baseball, had them playing like it. And last night, all of that was gone. All of it.
Yeah, well, I think the easiest thing to get back is defense. I think that's the easiest thing to get back. And pitching changes by the day depending on who's pitching. So it's the hitting that's been the biggest troubling spot for this team.
248-539-9797. So the Lions made a move and brought somebody in to help at a position that's ravaged by injuries. We'll get to that today at 11:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
You know, replacing a roof isn't something that most of us look forward to. In fact, it's a huge investment, and that's why choosing the right company matters. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaina Roofing. Now, here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, but every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, that means that your investment is protected for as long as you own your home, and even if you sell it. Plus, Shaina Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. That kind of trust doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So if your roof is aging, leaking, or you're just ready for some peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Powered by Shaina Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
Well, yeah, look, they need to be inspired in some way. And last night, I don't expect them to sound all fired up in the clubhouse, but we've played a couple of sound bites out of there. I hope they're not as defeated as they sound, and I hope they're not as broken as they looked, and I hope that they are going to avoid the crash out once again. They've staved, they've fended, they've done just enough, but it all comes down to today. And I know that there are people that are looking for grand statements. I'm just going to be consistent with what we said all along about certain things like Scott Harris, like Chris Ilitch, like A.J. Hinch, like Riley Green, like some others. I'm going to wait till the season is done, which could be as soon as like 6 hours from now. But whatever. There is some shortcomings that unfortunately have reared their ugly head, and it feels like all at once they were able to. They were never a perfect team. We talked about that during the year, but they were finding ways to do enough, and usually 2 out of the 3 phases to win games when I talk about offense, defense, and pitching. And like last night was, I think all 3 were disastrous. All 3.
Well, they were. But again, I go back to defense. I don't expect those errors they made yesterday in the outfield to trip any sort of epidemic of issues with defense the rest of the way.
I don't either. I wouldn't have expected them yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't expect it yesterday. So. No, I'm with you. I did not expect Riley Green to be gunning the ball towards home plate when the play just throw it to third base, and did not expect Zach McKinstry to not try to stop it. It was just strange all around. And I certainly didn't expect Riley Green to misplay the fly ball in right field, but that happens. Those plays happen.
I feel like there's a good portion of our audience, Skater,
that
has strangely been awaiting this day. Like looking forward to this day. Eagerly awaiting this day.
I think some people have, yeah. People
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all. I mean, people that are upset with the lack of activity at the trade deadline to their liking, and thinking that was a harbinger of things to come that we're not going to bode well for the Tigers. Sure, I mean it fits in their narrative. It continues the way that they played. It's not just how they played in this series, or if they played in the last 10 games down the stretch, or how they played in September. I mean, this goes back months now that this team has not played consistently good baseball. The fact that they haven't won a home game since early September is staggering, quite frankly, to think. And yet here they are,
I know, right?
with a chance to even up the series and force the deciding Game 5. They got to get out there. They got to hit today. They got an opportunity to do it, not just because it's another day, but because literally the pitcher they're going to face is absolutely hittable.
Okay, we mentioned before the break that the Lions have made a signing. They brought in veteran slot cornerback Arthur Mollett to their practice squad. They've been looking for help at corner. This is according to Cameron Wolf. And Arthur Mollett, they get a guy, what is he, 32?
He's a slot corner veteran, 32 years old.
There also was a report out there from Aaron Wilson that the Lions are one of the teams interested in bringing in Trey Hawkins, who is a former Giants draft pick. He's a young guy, played in all 17 games after being drafted in the 6th round. He's running with the ones in training camp his rookie year as a 6th-round pick. He had an interception his second year, then he got hurt, and then he hurt his hamstring, and he got cut this year. Interesting player, physical corner. He's big at 6'2". He played for Wink Martindale, who's now at Michigan. I wish I'd see if I can see Wink. I'll be down there again tomorrow. Maybe I'll ask him about it. But anyway, they're looking at guys that could come in and help at that position.
Well, they need healthy bodies, because if you look at what they did on Sunday, I mean, they promoted both of their practice squad corners. Both of those guys were on the active roster in the game on Sunday. And then they suffered more attrition with more losses, Terrion Arnold and others. So, it's not just finding a guy for the active roster, it's finding guys on the practice squad. Any healthy body, they got to add. And so we're starting to see who they brought in yesterday and who's going to be on this team.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got Paul next up here on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. I was at the game last night. I know you just said you didn't want to talk about it until after the season, but, I'd heard all this talk about the trade deadline and Scott Harris messing up. and I'm on board with him messing up. But then this morning when I saw the article about how we could have specifically had Suarez, that just incensed me. Is there any validity to that we actually could have had the guy that ended up
Sure, you
kicking
could
our
have,
butt?
but okay, so would you have given up one of their top 4 prospects, which were all top 100 prospects in all of baseball?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
then you would have done the deal, but the Tigers weren't willing to give up one of those guys, and that's the difference. So it's a difference of philosophy. If you were willing to do it, that's fine. You can be angry about it. He was not. He wants to. He really likes his prospects and wants to move forward and have these guys be cornerstones of this organization for years to come.
He's got a lot riding on those guys.
He does.
He's got a lot.
Yes, he does. It's
but
we'll see if those guys have a chance to make it.
We needed some bats. We need a bat. That's clear and obvious now. And Suarez is turning, and not to mention his teammates. We're all saying, the Tigers guys, we're all saying, hey, this is a great guy. Get him on our team. He's a great hitter. He'll be great for the clubhouse. Why not?
He is a great guy. Okay. Well, how about this? What exactly do you think Suarez did for Seattle after they acquired him?
Oh, I don't know exactly what he did after they acquired him. I just know that he beat us last night.
Well, he didn't beat him last night. He had a solo home run. His first hit of the series.
That home run probably did more PR damage than actual damage, but it was definite PR damage.
Yeah.
Oh,
His OPS with Seattle after they acquired him was below 700. Before they acquired him, I think it was closer to 900. So it was a serious drop, not unlike what we saw with every Tiger player that had a great first half and a bad second half. So we would have fit right in with the Tigers because he wouldn't have done much damage for him.
Paul, thanks. Football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better when you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost. You'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's a perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA.
proper clothing decisions, Doug.
What are you talking about?
That's how we're getting through today. Out here, outside the Comerica entrance at Comerica Park, and it was cold this morning.
Yeah.
Now we get to peel off a layer because it's getting nice out. There's not a cloud in the sky, very just a whisper of a cloud in the sky. Nice and sunny out.
We got live music.
What? Sitting outside in the
Does
sun.
anyone know we're here?
Right. This is strange.
Does anybody get a memo? Let's get back to your phone calls.
Beautiful day for baseball is my point, Doug. Beautiful day to get a Tiger win.
It is a beautiful day
Come on.
to get a Tiger win.
Let's go.
If there is a Tiger win in that roster somewhere. We go to Ronald. You're next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Ronald.
Yeah, how you doing? First time caller. First time I ever got through to your radio station.
Well, thank you.
We're glad you called.
I didn't call to knock the team. I call to say to the audience, the fact is that goes for any professional team on the planet. Pistons, if they can't make a basket, they can't win. Red Wings, they can't get put in the net. I mean, into the whatever they call it, they can't win. So the fact the thing is, somebody said they would give up 4 players for one. I'm gonna let you know that one player can't beat a whole team.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't give up 4 players. If you're making a trade in their position, you're giving up 4 minor leaguers for one. One major
4 minor leaguers, okay.
For one major leaguer.
Because
That's probably what they'd be doing.
I think what it is with the fans, they know the players make good money. They're looking for to see stuff. They're looking to see more professional players. They're supposed to be professional players. They're not little league players. If the batter don't know what he's doing, that's why he got a coach.
Well, Ronald, thank you.
Well said.
The funny thing is there were a couple little league plays last night. The whole cutoff man thing. Tony, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay.
Thanks for having me on. I just want to say I think the Tigers got to get back to playing small ball. They're swinging for the fences, and it's so obvious when they take these big rips at the ball. They're just swinging like a barn door. They got to put the ball.
Well, hold
in
on.
play.
Let me stop you. Is the solution when you say small ball? When I hear the term small ball, that says to me bunt. Do you just mean they need to just try and hit line drives, make solid contact, not try and hit a home run?
Right. Yeah, okay. I didn't mean bunt. No, I didn't mean bunt at all. I just meant like base hit.
What do you think when you hear
one
small
after
ball?
another? Just
I think bunt.
Don't swing so hard at the ball. Just let the ball meet the bat and put it in the outfield.
Well, I don't mind them swinging hard. It's uppercut swings. It's It's maybe a different 2-strike approach. Look, the Tigers hitting coaches and AJ, they know all this. They know all this. So whether they've decided they can't do it that way, that this collection of players can't do it that way, or I can't imagine they're straight up insubordination. So I don't know. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah,
because these feel like if it were that simple as reprogramming and hey, you're too much of an uppercut swing, we're going to work on the cages every night. But is that really what's going on here? I mean, I
don't think they're passing out sheets of paper today with a new game plan saying, okay, guys, going to try. Let's try not to swing for the fences. Let's try not to go to the pull field. Let's just try to make contact. I feel like that has to have been
discussed at some point.
Because it does seem obvious to us watching the games that is clearly a hole that they're swinging too hard.
Well, it can be a reason for too many strikeouts. It can be. If they might disagree as to why, but it could be.
Yeah, look, they struck out 16 times in the first game. That's insane, and yet they won the game. It comes then the next 2 games they strike out. I think the next 3 games I think it's 10-9 or next 2 games 10 and 9. Respectively. So it's still a lot, but yet Seattle has actually struck out more than the Tigers have in the last 2 games.
Do I agree that there's too many strikeouts and it might be a product of these uppercuts swinging for the fence? It could be. Jay is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jay.
All right.
I think I think you need to get the fork out for these guys. I think they're pretty much done. But
that's
the
no fun. Why
Yeah, but but what I was going to say was, you're very down on the Tigers, and I totally get it. I agree as well. But you also got to give a lot of credit. Last night, they had a nasty old schooler pitching for Seattle. That guy was really impressed with him. He was throwing balls that had zero spin on it, and you could tell Cal Raleigh wasn't even sure where the ball was going to go. And I think the game has lost a lot of that, because this guy was definitely, even the announcers were saying last night, they've never seen this guy throw that well. And you got to give him some credit. I mean, that's part of the reason why I don't think Detroit could hit anything.
Well, several times throughout the show we have, but we're not going to turn this into a
Seattle-centric broadcast. But I would say
KXYT and Tacoma
and Spokane. But yeah, it's look, Seattle I think has a better roster than the Tigers do. I don't think that's any secret. I think they have a better roster, but it's game by game. You look at today's game, this afternoon's game. I like the pitching matchup in the Tigers' favor. I think Mize is better than Bryce Miller. Not only that, I think the Tigers' bats can get going on a pitcher who's bad. This is how you get healthy. This is how you get back to those great feelings you had in the first half of the season when you were an offensive threat. This is the way to do it. And I think they get off to a strong start. Game 5 is a whole different animal. But this game, Game 4, against this particular pitcher, on paper, this team should have success. Now go do it. Easier said than done, but this isn't a. I don't think this is like insurmountable. Do you? Against this pitcher today?
Under normal circumstances, no. In fact, under normal circumstances, I'd be quite chesty. This team has really eroded the faith I have in them to even hit a bad pitcher. Sorry.
Well, I thought they had a chance. I thought they had a chance.
I know. I thought they did too. Up until last night, I thought I saw a broken team out there.
We can choose to feel how we want to feel. All right? And
well, hold on. Sometimes you're an authentic, intrinsic, like you discover in yourself that you no longer, like it's like you sit down and start watching a game, and I start just start rooting for one team. Yeah. Instinct kicks in, and I'm start rooting. Instinct is kicked in here, and I have a real hard time drumming up optimism over this team bouncing back today.
Well, come on, buddy. Let's go.
Well, you've got enough for both of us.
I'm going to have to. Apparently, I have to have enough for thousands.
Well, you don't have to.
I have to. It's up to me, Doug.
Who do we got next here? Jack. I believe we have Jack next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jack.
How are you?
All right, Jack.
Yeah, we're not doing well, but, my major problem and my major concern is that we're going to lose A.J. Hinch. Now, you say, well, how's that possible? We've got some young players, young prospects. He's a very methodical, analytical guy. He does his work. But is he going to get the support from Scott Harris and Mr. Ilitch? Mr. Ilitch Sr. was a very good friend of mine, so I am a little reluctant to.
All right, let me ask
do you know Chris? Do you know Chris?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so if you knew Senior and you know Chris, do you think that Chris is not going to support him?
Let's put it this way. Supporting him means that they've got to treat it like Mr. Ilitch Sr., Michael, did, and that it was a pastime, not a business. Now, that seems kind of simplistic, but it's true. Mike Sr. and Miriam, I know both of them well. They've been to my house. I've enjoyed their company. I must tell you, they were great people, and he had one concern: to win. And I don't know that the motivation is the same for his son. I'm not trying to be critical but I'm being as honest as I can be with you guys.
Yep. I think our remote site is ready for the offseason. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. We're outside of Comerica Park for what might be the final time this year, unless there are more home playoff games, and likely only afternoon home playoff games. But 3 o'clock today, the Tigers, they try and stave, they try and fend off, they try to not get eliminated. They try not to see their season end. It all comes down to today. And this team has flirted with a crash out, it feels like, for the last couple of months, whether it be the end of the regular season. Good. Are we turning the music up? That's awesome. Can we bring a marching band? Anyway, yeah, they.
Is it noon?
They're flirted with a crash out. Basically, since the All-Star break, it looked like they aren't going to get the first round bye. Oh, wait, they're not going to win the division. Oh, my God, they're not going to make the playoffs. Well, they made the playoffs. And then it looked like that Cleveland series didn't match up well. There wasn't a lot of optimism. They happened to win it. Then they win game 1. And now here we are, once again, in a situation where it looks like they could be done. And do they find whatever they can inside to come out, keep the season alive? Pitching matchup is Casey Mize versus Bryce Miller, brought to you by Old National Bank. Seattle has an option to go to the pen early if necessary. They got a full bullpen. Miller hasn't been very good this year. Maybe a little better of late, but they might just tell him, get us through the order one time, and then go to their bullpen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. I think you get to this part of the postseason, it's exactly what you're looking to do. It's all about matchups. You see starters pulled all the time early, unless it's an ace, and they've got a couple of aces that have already pitched. So this is their part in the rotation. They can just kind of mix and match. And I think we saw the Tigers do that with game 1.
Do you want to just stop talking and just dance?
I mean, I'm always in the mood. I'm always in the mood to dance. You know me. It's hard to keep me off the flow.
Is it a party atmosphere? Would you call this a party atmosphere?
Not yet. No. This is. I mean, look. Normally when we're out here, it's a 1 o'clock or 1:10 first pitch, so we get to see the crowd kind of mount.
Yeah.
This is a 3 o'clock, 3:10 first pitch. So by the time our show's over, it's still an hour until game time. We haven't seen much of a downtown presence yet from the Detroit faithful. There's a few people that are walking around. But no, it does not feel like a party atmosphere no matter how hard they're trying to pump up the jams, Doug.
Yeah. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jason next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I was at the game last night. I was blessed enough to get a ticket that had priority club seating, which that priority club is really cool. But just observation, I thought the biggest play Suarez had last night was the play on the Meadows bunt where he threw him out. So instead of first and second in the 5th inning with no outs, it was 1 out, and then we know how that kind of turned out. It was a great play. I'm curious on, do you guys really believe that we had to give up something way better than what Seattle got to get Suarez? When they didn't give up a top 100 prospect, but Scott Harris.
No, I maybe, but I don't. Yeah.
You know, he claimed
that he
had to give up.
I don't know. I honestly don't know because the truth is we don't know. And I struggle with. I don't love what they did at the trade line. I was a little disappointed, not as disappointed as many, but I was a little disappointed. But it's hard to attach my name to a criticism when I don't know what was really asked.
I would say
but again, off-season. Harris doesn't have is an off-season conversation.
I don't know if Scott Harris has said anything on the matter in terms of what was asked of him. I think there have been some reports of people putting some things together and trying to figure it out. I would guess this. My best guess was based on what Arizona got in return. They got a player who was an awfully good AAA player who didn't do anything for them once they acquired him. I think the player's last name is Locklear. He did nothing for them this year after the trade, but while he was at AAA, he was awfully good. Would that have, to beat that, what would it cost? Would it have been a top 4 prospect, or would it have been somebody like Max Anderson, who's in the system, who also played really well in AA and AAA this year? May have been that. I'm sure. My guess is it would have been Max Anderson to counter or better than that. And if you're doing better than that, then you're talking to top 4 prospects, and I don't think you wanted to go there. But it's just a guess. We don't know.
We don't know. Jason, thank you. Let's go to Bernard. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bernard.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I'll make it quick because I think the landscaping crew is going to be there at 12:10, so I'll slow it down. Sorry, I'll be quick. I don't want to.
Jack Hammer scheduled for 10 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be quick then. I haven't looked at the splits, but to me, it looks like we're taking an awful lot of strikes looking and an awful lot of strikeouts looking, like more than what we see from this team that preaches, commanding the strike zone. And I just I'm not sure. Like I said, I haven't looked at the splits, so I'm not positive. But I have to think that that historically bad umpiring in game one, where what was it, like 86% accuracy, that has to have an effect on guys. And I think that they were holding back. I don't know I don't know why they haven't come around yet. But I think there's just way too many strikes looking, and that's a killer.
Bernard, it is amazing how a team that was built to dominate the strike zone offensively and defensively has looked like this. I mean, I remember going through first pitch strikes for opposing pitchers, getting ahead and behind in the count, and earlier in the year, it felt like the Tigers were doing it at an epically efficient rate. Now they look awful. They look awful.
September.
And that's what they said they were going to build this team around.
Right. And since September, bizarre. It seems like they're just looking at everything. And that's the most frustrating thing. And Seattle's taking a page out of their playbook where they look like they are dominating the strike zone. And, I don't see a lot of Ks looking, on their side of the ledger. So hoping they
they've struck out a lot, though.
Yeah, but looking is my issue. I don't see a lot of Ks looking, and just at all levels of baseball, that's a killer.
Thank you for the phone call.
It is. I mean, actually, they've struck out one more time than the Tigers have in the last two games. But if
he said looking,
I know he's probably looking, and it's a pet peeve of mine as well. The strikeout looking is brutal.
Well, it's a two-strike approach thing.
That's the thing. If you're gonna go down on strikes, go down swinging.
Rich is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Rich.
Yeah. Hi. Hey. Hello. You guys got me? Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rich. Wait for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rich. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just a little bit of positivity. I know it sounds bad. But the game sucked, I know that. But there are only 8 teams still
Hold on.
And
just a little bit of positivity. The game sucked.
Yeah, well, it did. You know it. But there are only 8 teams still playing baseball, and the Tigers are one of them.
Yeah, no, this is true. Bad luck befalls all teams, and if you watch last night's Yankees Toronto game, Toronto got off to a huge lead, and then next thing you know, there's an error out there that gets guys on base, and Aaron Judge comes up and just crushes a ball and ties things up, and then the Yankees are able to turn that into some more momentum, and they win the game. In the series, they were down 0-2, and then got down huge to be swept, and they weren't. It just takes a couple of plays to change fortunes for this team. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to string together 3 or 4 hits in a row until the 9th inning last night. And I don't think – that's kind of a different situation based on who they were facing in the situation of being down 8-1.
You still got me there?
Yeah, we do, but we got to let you go. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, we go to Robert next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen? Man, this is a bad watch, man. I mean, it's like the only hope is hopefully that they can carry over from the bottom of the 9th like the Yankees did to at least do some, but I have no faith in this team, man. I'm laying here in bed last night, and all I'm saying is this. This team is known as 1-2-3. 3 up, 3 down, 1-2-3. They just cannot put balls in play. When you got men on first and second, no outs, and you get 3 strikeouts in a row, I mean, what is we watching? This is beyond ridiculous. This is like minor league little kids playing. And I umpire those games. Oh, my gosh, man. And you're talking about major league. and you just can't advance runners. They don't put the ball in play.
Yep.
No, you're right.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue. What has happened to our Tigers? What has happened?
They don't have a dude. That's the biggest issue. They do not have a dude. Somebody like an Aaron Judge, even Ramirez, Stevie Kwan.
Aaron Judge has been terrible in the postseason until last night.
Well, what did he do last night?
He did something. We desperately need somebody to do something.
Dude. We need a dude.
I'm not going to argue with him. I would love a dude.
They don't. They've got a very young team at this point. You know, the veteran they have is Gleyber Torres. That's who the veteran is on offense with their lineup. And
there are tough decisions that need to be made.
I think it would have been great if this team were able to have landed Alex Bregman in the offseason. You know, it looked like that got stolen from him at the last second.
I feel like I don't want to sit around and wait for Max Clark to be the dude, but
no,
that might be the dude. Hey, when it comes to home and peace of mind, it matters. CGC Home Services is your trusted partner for plumbing, water treatment, and air purification. As an authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services provides the highest quality water systems along with expert services you can count on. From leaky pipes to cleaner air solutions, their team is there for you. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Or online at cgchomeservices.com. They're dependable, reliable, and ready to serve. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Let's get right back to your phone calls. Kevin is next on 97.1. Hello, Kevin.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hey,
okay.
The only thing that I'm a little probably thinking about it a little bit differently than maybe like Gator and going down swinging and stuff. If you ask me, I feel like these guys are pressing, and they've been pressing all through that Guardians thing. I mean, just swing it. When they go down, they swing at complete garbage, and I think they should watch more pitches. I mean, trust me, I can't imagine how hard it is. It's hard to hit a little white ball, even Deion Sanders, whatever. It's extremely hard. But I almost feel like they're pressing and just swinging at anything because their confidence is just in the gutter. But the only thing I don't hear anybody talking about, do the Tigers have a batting coach, or is that just
they got two? They got two.
Oh, they do? Okay.
That to me, when I hear pressing, it's like they need a psychologist as much as they need a batting coach.
Yeah. The weird thing about it, too, is they're all doing it at the same time. The only person I trust hitting any of these pitchers is Torkelson. Everybody else, forget it. And Riley Green, that guy's been blinking and checked out since that guy hasn't done anything other than maybe hitting one dinger. And
well,
I wouldn't say he's checked out.
Checked out is a bold accusation. I wouldn't go there, but he has been struggling, and this might be a major project in the offseason is to get his swing right.
Oh, it has to be. I mean, because, obviously there's talent. You don't hit 36 home runs in a season, driving 111 without having talent. And he had been very good in the first half. In the second half, he's one of those guys whose OPS it dropped significantly in the second half of the season. But what he hasn't done in the last few weeks, that's what's really kind of startling, is it's gotten worse and worse and worse, and the strikeouts are just absolutely alarming. When you hit 200 strikeouts in a season, that is so many, and you feel like, okay, the offseason, and for some people maybe can't come soon enough, that you would want to get after it and start working on the things that you need to work on. With Riley Green, clearly he needs to work on cutting down the strikeouts. Whatever method they're going to do for that is what we're going to do. If that means that he's going to have to change his launch angle again, to not be uppercutting so much, or if it's a mental thing and being able to recognize what pitchers are coming at you and just take better approaches at the plate. I don't know what it is, but that has to drop, and it has to drop significantly. But you can't work on it until the offseason.
Thank you for the phone call. Let's go to Phil next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Phil.
I'll piggyback a little bit on that last caller, but I think it's the opposite. I think I don't know if their coaches are telling them to look for a certain pitch, because they will stand there and watch strikes go right down the middle and then swing at one in the dirt. And it's not one or two or three of our batters. It's like almost the whole team is doing it. So that leads me to believe it's going to be a coaching issue and not a player issue. That's the way I feel about it.
Well, those are easy to correct.
And
that's
how
the good
would they
news.
do that? I mean, I know it's a little.
You get another hitting coach.
Right.
If that's the case, I don't know if that's the case or not. AJ will have a sense for whether or not there's anything dysfunctional there. But if that's the case, then you get another hitting coach. I think that is, out of all the things it could be, that is the most simple thing to change. And then you got to get into, well, it's too bad they didn't change earlier. But whatever. Yeah, if that's the case, it's an easy solution. But do you realize where we are? We just took back-to-back calls. One guy says they're swinging at everything, and another guy says they're not swinging it enough. No. This is the level of frustration we've reached.
Well, it is. It's a high level of frustration. I think part of the issue is it just what happens at the plate in reality is not what the philosophy of the team is. It's not what Scott Harris said when he came into this team.
Not at all.
We want guys that are going to own and command the strike zone. You own it as a hitter, and you command it as a pitcher. And we haven't seen enough of it from the hitters where they absolutely own a strike zone. They know what a strike is. They only swing at strikes. They don't chase pitches. That's not been the case. And, as far as looking at different coaches or whatever. I suspect in the offseason, what they will do is look from within, because what they have done tremendously well is develop the players in the minor leagues at all 4 levels between low A, high A, double A, and triple A. They've had amazing success. The high A team at West Michigan was 60 games above 500. 60 above 500. They were phenomenal, and that's after they ushered the key players out of the group after the first couple months because they deserved the promotion. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see if they dip their toe into that pool and bring those guys up in some capacity to work on A.J. Hinch's staff.
We go to Brent next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brent.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I just have 2 quick observations. The first one is I've spent years and years and years listening to people when our team suddenly does well at the end of the season, competing to be who's the better fan compared to those that are just jumping on the bandwagon now. And this year, for the first time, we have everyone saying, I'm the better fan because I jumped off the bandwagon first. It just seems odd.
That's kind of funny.
And the other point is that if you're looking for a path to victory tonight, I think you guys might have come across it about half an hour ago, using the Oakland Athletic analytic style approach to checking out everything. It sounds like tonight the first team to 11 strikeouts is the one that's going to win. Because you were saying that so far the team with the most strikeouts has won all 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're saying I'd like the Tigers to not strike out as much, the answer is yes.
Well, that's not what he's saying. It's literally the
saying
team
the
that
first
struck
one
out
that
more.
strikes out the most should win.
No, not that they should, but that's what's happened so far this series. So
they struck out 16 times.
Then we're in great shape.
Yeah,
we got them right where we want them. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Brent. Greg is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, boys, how's it going?
Okay.
So, yeah, I know. Forgive me if someone said this already, but did you guys see Miggy yesterday? Man, it looked like he lost a little bit of weight. Best shape of his life, you know?
Yeah.
Wonder how the ball sounds off
coming off the bat.
Yeah. No, so that one guy was like, "We need dudes, right?" And I'm basically like the same as you guys. Like, I think they're cooked. Doug, I agree with you, but I'm also with Gator. Like, we've got dudes. Like, Mize was supposed to be the dude before Scooble kind of came in and he got injured and everything. And then I think today, like Gator, you were saying yesterday that Jahmai Jones would come in with a big pinch hit. I'm hoping that we'll get Jahmai early because he'll probably replace Colt Keith when the guy today that's going, the starter, who's going to probably be an opener, goes out.
Yeah.
He was the spark plug really when we were really grasping at it in September. He was the guy that kind of lifted us up. So hopefully he'll come in and he'll, chase Doug's nephew and we'll be good to go.
Nephew isn't on the roster right now, but because if he was, today might be his day.
Today would be
right.
Right? It would be weird.
I would say this. I'm curious to see the lineup when it comes out. Will there be any changes to the lineup? Yesterday, there weren't really personnel changes or changes in where they put the players in the lineup. Does AJ change that up today? Does he go with is there a gut feeling that, Jahmai Jones deserves to start because he's had better at-bats? Let's put him in even though he's right-handed and going against right-handed pitcher. I mean, I haven't looked at the splits for the pitcher for Seattle. But if the splits are favorable to right-handed hitters too, then maybe, just maybe, you can go ahead and start one of those guys like a Jahmai Jones or Andy Ibanez or whatever. Just an alternative to seeing Zach McKinstry to start off the game. And then you could bring Zach McKinstry in late as a left-handed bat off the bench.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I feel like Zach McKinstry might be the most cooked out of everybody, unfortunately. He's the one that looks like the ball goes by, and then he does a practice swing to prove that he was like swinging at the strike. It's just so brutal.
Well, sadly, the lineup is out, and it's Kerry Carpenter. Carpenter leading off, followed by Torres. Colt Keith is the DH. Riley Green is hitting fourth, followed by Torkelson, McKinstry, Dingler, Meadows, and Baez. So effectively, all they did was flip Meadows and Baez. Yeah.
That was a great
That'll
year,
do it. That'll do it. Hey, thanks for the phone call. Appreciate it, Greg.
Look, they can still get it done. It's just, nothing's changed in terms of who's pitching today. Would I've liked to have seen a shakeup in the lineup? I don't know. I'm just saying it could have been something they could have done. Clearly, AJ decided not to change with the personnel, and he's just flipping the bottom two guys in the lineup. But maybe it's just this matchup is too good for the Tigers not to take advantage of.
I'm going to say something that I pretty much wasn't able to say for the better part of 35 to 40 years.
Coney dogs smell really good?
Nope.
Oh.
Let's talk about something next that is way more interesting, enthusiastic, and fun than a playoff baseball team. Let's talk about the Detroit Lions. There's something good going on with the Lions. Something I'm happy about. We'll get to that today at 12:32 here on 97.1.
Hey, it's a time for a brand new garage door and you don't know what to do? Let me help you out. Precision Garage Door Service is the place to go to. I went to them years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago now. I needed new garage doors, and I knew this because they came out and repaired my garage doors several years before that and told me it was going to have to happen. When it happened, I called them, and I was glad I did because they walked me through the entire process. John and Jeff and the whole team, they were great. Showed me all the different options I had to look at with garage doors, and believe me, there's a lot of them. Here's what's great for you. Now, they have a warehouse that's chock full of brand new garage doors just waiting to be installed. So in some cases, your new garage door can be installed in as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for your convenience. You can do that at precisiondoormi.com. Again, call them at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule online at precisiondoormi.com.
Gator, it's funny. We came out of the Lions game on Sunday, and Monday's show was filled with, we haven't played anybody. A bunch of people calling the morning show saying we haven't played anybody, which I'm like, well, I mean, suddenly Baltimore's not anybody. Part of the reason those teams have the records they have is because the Lions beat them. They did play Green Bay. Not that they beat Green Bay. But, yeah, I mean, other teams have suffered serious injuries. I don't think the Washington's win over Detroit in the playoffs last year didn't count because the Lions were ravaged by injuries. Like, these wins count.
Yeah.
You've got to still beat the teams, and there are teams – the 49ers are ravaged by injuries, and the Rams couldn't beat them. Like, it's not always easy even when teams are hurt. But this week, NFL Power Rankings, ESPN, Lions are the number one team in football according to ESPN. NFL.com, Lions number one. CBS, Lions number one. Sports Illustrated, Lions number one. Pro Football Talk, the Lions are number one across the board.
You forgot one major one.
The Gator Power Index?
No, it was the John Jansen Power Index.
Oh, I didn't hear that. So you got him number one?
Yeah, the Lions number one.
Lions are considered by many to be the best team in football. How about that?
Well, I think there's a handful of teams that are probably in that category, and the Lions are certainly one of those teams. And, everybody's got their flaws. And for the Lions, the flaw, the blemish on their schedule is they lost the first game and they lost it badly. But that's also the good news because they responded from that point to be an offensive juggernaut once again and just put up points like it's not an issue at all, and that they don't miss their former offensive coordinator left to take a head coaching job with the Bears. They've done a great job with that. I like they took care of Lamar Jackson. They're able to contain Lamar Jackson and limit his success against the Lions. Lions win that game. What happens? Then Lamar, a little banged up, and then he gets hurt and misses games. They go on to play Cleveland. And Joe Flacco, who had just gotten done beating Green Bay the previous week. What were they able to do? Nothing. And then Cleveland decides we're going to go in a different route. Joe Flacco, you're done. We're going to bring in Dylan Gabriel to start. Okay. Next week, here comes Cincinnati. Take on Cincinnati. It's a team that's devastated because they lost Joe Burrow to injury. Okay, do what you got to do. They bring out Jake Browning. Lions take care of him, take care of the Bengals, win that game handily. And then what happens? Bengals say, hey, Jake Browning, not good enough. Lions are just taking quarterbacks off the shelf. Well, watch what happens with Patrick Mahomes.
Well, let's see what happens.
The same thing.
We know what's going to happen. They're going to beat Kansas City, and then they're going to be people that say Kansas City isn't the same. And they might be right, but we've entered a world where nobody's any good, and the Lions went from having the toughest schedule in the NFL to apparently the easiest schedule in the NFL. Just like that.
This
Kang,
is the season.
Kang, I got to ask you a question, because, Kang, you're the first one that said this years ago. Be careful about reading too much into the strength of a schedule before the season starts. And we do it every year, and you don't stop us. What are you doing? Would you stop us in the future?
You're like my children. I can only say it so many times, and then I'll let you make your own mistakes, and you learn, right? No, but yeah, I do say that every year, and then
I love mommy.
Right? And second, you love Cinnamon Toast Crunch cereal.
That's right.
Third, maybe daddy. But yeah, I mean, look it's playing out. The Ravens, the Chiefs, the Bengals. Are they as daunted as we once thought they were?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. The change is that
I think you just made up a word. Is daunted a word?
Vaunted
or daunting?
And daunting.
He went with daunted. I like
Go with it. I think that the difference between looking at a schedule preseason and looking at in season, it's situational. It's okay. Well, now you see how healthy a team is or is not. Prior to a season, you're just assuming everybody's healthy. So that's what looks daunting when you look at the schedule. All these playoff teams, and if they're healthy, that's going to be tough. Now here they get into the schedule, and injuries are starting to take hold with some teams, and they're at critical positions. So they don't look as daunting anymore.
Well, Gator gets to make up words. I want to, too.
You got it. I love it. Daunted is great.
Thank you.
All right, has cornerback exceeded edge rusher as the number one need with this team? Or let me offer backup offensive lineman.
No, I think it's 200%. It's cornerback.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lions have plenty of backup offensive linemen right now. I don't think that's a concern.
Well,
if people are going to freak out because they didn't like what Giomanu provided for them in the game last week, okay, but keep in mind that we had Tate Ratledge and company on the offensive line and Mahogany as well completely improve, not do a 180, but boy, they improved a ton from week 1 to week 2. I'm not going to freak out about the offensive line at left tackle because I think Taylor Decker is still your long-term solution. They're probably going to keep him out this week, and if they do, that's fine.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Alan. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Alan.
Doug, Gator King, love the show.
Thanks, Alan.
Hey, so I just want to let you guys know that I was real excited yesterday. I listened to your segment yesterday, and the Tiger organization really let me and a whole bunch of fans down. You know, it's not like they can say that they haven't been to the playoffs because they were there last year, so they could have prepared for this. They've known that they're going to the playoffs for, I don't know, like 3-4 months, and so they could have prepared for this. And a whole bunch of fans were there. They were hungry. They were looking for it, and Scott Harris failed to make the acquisitions to really deliver, so that way we could try the new specialty food offerings for the playoff game yesterday.
What did you want to see them do at the trade deadline that they didn't do?
Oh, I wanted them to have enough hot dogs so I could try that braided corn dog thing.
What did you want them to do? What did you want them to do at the trade deadline?
Oh, I don't know, something different. That would have been cool.
Okay, no, that's a great call.
The food yesterday. You guys got me really going with the you eat that and stuff like that. I got to try the pumpkin. That was delicious.
Was it?
Oh yeah. I would highly recommend if you get a chance to get one, go there because they sold out really quick.
Yeah, it all looked good.
You know what the problem is? Yesterday, they at any given time they're probably expecting they're going to be serving anywhere between 5,000 and 10,000 people. Yesterday, for 3 hours, they were serving 38,000 people.
That's a problem.
And I don't know if you can have people on hold or extra food on hold, how you do that, how you prepare for that.
It's a rain delay.
But it's really weird that it went from, like, I can see how, as you said, they ran out of some stuff. I heard some people saying I was waiting in line for a long time. When the game gets hit with a rain delay and now everybody's a customer, there's no point where there's 38,000 customers on a normal day because most of them are in their seats.
I really wish
it's tough that happened.
I really wish they put the word out at 2:00,
so people that
they were going to say, hey, the
downtown.
game is not going to start until 6:00 at the earliest, and then everybody gets here accordingly, and then let people in, and then they realize, okay, 6:00 might be a little aggressive with that. It's going to be a 7:00 start, and it's only a 1 hour delay. The 3 hour delay is brutal when you don't have notice on it.
And then we were there till like 9, 10, so it was like almost 7-8 hour day when we got, I walked in there right when the gates opened. Oof, it was rough. But I'll say this one little thing, and then I'll let you all get back to it. The Lions' number one need, they need an edge rusher because if the quarterback is on their back, then you don't need a quarterback to defend the pass.
Yeah, it's funny. They do have the most sacks in the NFC. So I'd still say they need a corner more, but he's right. But they are putting quarterbacks on their back.
That's the thing, is that there hasn't been an issue.
Second most
lately.
in football. Hey, FanDuel is getting you ready for football with an offer that you don't want to miss. Right now, if you're a new customer, you can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. I would recommend a money line bet with a heavy favorite, and if that bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets. Then you can bet your futures or your player props or whatever. I avoid parlays like they're the plague, but you could jump in, do what you want, and you can do whatever you want with your first $5 bet. I'm just saying the focus should be to get the $300 in bonus bets. NFL season is here. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the app and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We already do an NFL version, so why not a college football one? It's now time for the Transfer Portal, NIL live animal mascot bite-song trophy game around the country targeting thing.
Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
It is a tail. I will receive.
All right, here we go, Doug. Question number 1. These two coaches are in very different situations, but who's more likely to be at their school next year? James Franklin at Penn State or Curt Cignetti at Indiana?
So I think it's Cignetti, and I think he is a candidate to get poached, but I think Franklin and Penn State might be headed towards a mutual parting of ways. Before the season, Franklin said this is the best combination of player and coaching talent he's had in 12 seasons at Penn State. And they got 2 losses, including a brutal one. His contract runs 6 more years. He's owed $50 million. But there are places out there, decent power forward programs that would take him in a heartbeat. Virginia Tech, Oklahoma State. There's other jobs that could open, Auburn and Florida, just to name a couple. Or how about the irony of all ironies? How about James Franklin to UCLA, the school that just beat him and effectively perhaps ended his time at Penn State? I don't know. But if I were James Franklin, I think I'd be seeking a fresh start.
Absolutely not. If you're James Franklin, you're staying right where you're at. You've got 50 million reasons not to ask to move out of State College. If State College wants to get rid of you, pay me. That's where you're at right now. You've been very pedestrian, less than so, in fact, as a head coach at Penn State. When it comes to the big games, you just don't get the big wins. So going elsewhere, it ain't going to be any greener at other pastures. He's going to stay right where he's at. Cignetti's going to get poached for sure, I think, if not this year, the next year. But if I were another Power 5 school, or Power 4 school, whatever it is, I would absolutely look at Cignetti. I wouldn't even think about Franklin. $50 million, he's staying right where he's at.
Well, how about we just kill 2 birds with 1 stone here and both guys leave and Cignetti takes over for Franklin? I mean, $49 million is a big buyout, but I've said it before, guys. With these big-time programs, I don't think it matters as much, and they're willing to pay. They'll get the donors and the alumni to take care of that. Franklin's unlikable. He can't win the big game, clearly. The program's not in a complete disaster right now, so I think now might be the time to go get the next guy, and we'll be Googling how much Cignetti's buyout is in case that doesn't work out at Penn State either.
Another football question.
All right, Illinois has hasn't lost since their last 53-point blowout to a top 10 Indiana school. Saturday, they host number 1 Ohio State. Will the Illini get blown out again? Is that a
well, let's wait till.
I mean, what are we doing?
We're landing a helicopter is what we're doing.
Good, that's a new one.
That's
a new one. We haven't had the Army invasion here. Thank you.
TC is going to drop off Magnum.
All right, so I'm sorry. So the question is
are they going to get blown
out against Ohio State? The answer is yes. They're going to get blown out against Ohio State. Ohio State's just getting better and better as the season is going on. Illinois and the Fighting Altmaiers, yeah, I don't see them getting back into a tight game, not against Ohio State.
I think that it depends on your definition of blowout.
3 touchdowns or more. How's
okay,
that?
I'm going to go with 24 points is what I came up with, which is about what I think it's going to be. I think Illinois is a good team. I think Ohio State is a great team. So I think they will lose by 24. And if that's your definition of blowout, then it's a blowout.
Are they going to get blown out? I don't know. Is there a lot of background noise when we do these remotes? Yes. Okay, they're going to get blown out. They're not a terrible team like you said, Doug, but they just cannot hang with the big boys. And I think it is at least 24-point loss against Ohio State. Ohio State's going to run it up on them.
Football.
All right. This is our weekly pick and upset this weekend question.
All right, I'm going to take a James Franklin recruited quarterback is going to get it done. Eli Drinkwitz and the Missouri Tigers, they play host to Alabama. Bo Perbula, the Penn State quarterback, the transfer, is going to lead the Tigers to win over Bama. Missouri does it with defense. And they have one of the most unknown running backs in the country in Ahmed Hardy, who I think could launch himself into a Heisman race with a big game for Missouri this weekend. And Alabama gives up huge chunk plays on the ground. I'm sorry.
Well, you keep slandering Alabama week in and week out, Doug. You're never going to learn, are you? You're never going to learn. I look to a team that upset Alabama earlier this year in Florida State, and they're taking on Pitt. Pitt's coming off a big win, and their backup quarterback was spectacular in doing so. I just think Florida State is kind of a house of cards there. It's going to come tumbling down, and they're coming off a horrific loss to the rival in Miami. That's not going to sit well with them. The hangover continues, and I think Pitt takes advantage despite being like a 10.5-point underdog.
I'll take USC over Michigan. We always talk about the West Coast teams coming to Big Ten country and how it's a disadvantage for them.
They're favored.
They're not ranked. They're not ranked.
Okay.
I'm going by the ranks.
Okay.
Hey, that's why it's a good pick, I think.
USC's not ranked?
No. So I got, it works the other way around, though. So Michigan go cross country. I like Jordan Maeva a lot. Michigan State saw how tough he can be and how good of a passer he can be. I think Michigan's pass defense is kind of suspect at times. I like Bryce Underwood a lot, but he is a freshman, so he's prone to freshman mistakes that will pop up when you least want them to. I'll take USC.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Football questions.
Bill Belichick at North Carolina has been described as it will go down as one of the worst experiments in modern college football history. Is there a lesson to be learned here?
Yeah. Don't hire former NFL head coaches that have been in the NFL for like 20 years as a head coach. Don't do it. Stay away from it. They don't know what it's like to coach college football. They don't know what the whole atmosphere is going to be, the landscape. It's totally changed. Football isn't just football anymore. You've got to do all different types of things if it's going to be pro or college. They are not the same sport, even though we're starting to pay the college athletes.
Sports Illustrated's Pat Forty said it best. This is a Sun Belt roster erroneously dubbed as the NFL's 33rd team. They do not have the Jimmies and Joes. You have to have the players. You can't just parachute in on a bad team and not really know or understand how college football works. You can't just take anyone and it will work because you're Bill Belichick. College football's different, and I agree with you. That is the message. Now, making a hire like this takes you from off the map and puts you on the map. Deion put Colorado on the map. How big are they going to win there? Belichick put North Carolina on the map. You're on the map, but it doesn't mean you're winning.
Yeah, I hated this hire from the beginning. I never thought it was going to work. I mean, Bill Belichick's a great NFL mind, but he also wasn't wanted by anyone in the NFL for a reason. The message to be learned, or the lesson to be learned here is, don't hire a 73-year-old coach who's dating a 24-year-old who wants to call plays. It was a bad idea from the very beginning, and it's not just Belichick. It is the fact that he was dating a 24-year-old girl. Like, this is not the same Bill Belichick you thought you were getting that won all the Super Bowls from the Patriots. That guy, I don't know where that guy is, but this guy's on Instagram. This guy's on Facebook pick or whatever he wants to call it, right? He's all over the place. The cover of Us Weekly, whatever, not the same. Don't ever do this again. Everyone else learn from this.
I have a fever, and the only cure is more football questions.
All right, acting UCLA offensive coordinator Jerry Neuheisel looks just like our very own Will Birchfield, the Birchie Kid. Give us another college football lookalike.
I'll give you a few. Luke Fickell at Wisconsin looks like Bruce Campbell, the actor that played Ash. Is it Ash in Evil Dead? What was the guy in Evil Dead? What was his name?
I think it was Ash.
Yeah. Dabo Sweeney looks like former PGA golfer and current analyst Brad Faxon. But here's my favorite. Miami quarterback Carson Beck looks like Steve Buscemi. Fargo Steve Buscemi.
Oh, the little fella.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think the obvious one is that James Franklin looks like Keegan-Michael Key.
Sure.
That's obvious. And he's actually done the impression, and it's fantastic. I'm going to go off the wall a little bit.
Let's go.
And I'm going to have to show you a picture so you understand. But I'm going to say Brett Bielema looks like
a canvas tent.
A guy who was on the TV show Storage Wars. His name was Rene Nazoda. And I think he's Dutch.
Rene Nazoda it is.
There it is.
I can see it.
And the other one that I saw, I can't believe that nobody said this, though. I don't know what the guy's name is. But the coach at North Carolina looks strangely like Bill Belichick. But that couldn't possibly be Bill Belichick.
You got me. That was good. That was really good.
All right, well, I'm gonna stick with Birchie. I think people that don't know this, Birchie used to have really long blonde hair. He cut it short though. He actually used to look like Alex Anzalone on Ozempic. So he actually was just a skinnier version of Anzalone as a Gator. If you want to go back and relate this to college football, but that's what I'm going with.
There you go.
More football questions.
All right, are you going to watch Chad Powers on Hulu?
No. I'm not likely to watch anything that's on Hulu. I think I have Hulu. It's part of some of the combination of streaming crap that I have. But No, I don't really. I love the bit that they did with Eli Manning to come up with this in the first place. So that was awesome. Doing a whole series on it with the hunky actor, whatever heck his name is. No, I don't plan on watching it.
So, not likely. I checked today, and I do not have Hulu, and I'm not going to subscribe to Hulu. And you know me, I don't watch a lot of TV. But when I get onto a series, like that takes up all my time. And I'm looking at Escape from Dannemora. I'm an episode and a half in, and I'm slowly getting into it. So that takes up all my time. But I don't think you're going to – I think you're going to struggle coming up with a whole series out of a skit.
Yeah, spinoffs are usually a bad idea. Remember those Caveman Geico commercials, and they tried to make a show off of that? And it's just, no, don't do it, guys.
Wow.
I mean, it's a good bit on it.
That's a poll right there.
Because it's a bit. It's a good bit.
I know. It's just, I'm like, that's a really good poll right there. Remember the Geico Caveman?
I'll go back further. Remember
they got a TV show? That's right.
Didn't they try to do it with the Jerky Boys way back in the day?
Maybe. I don't know. But they're never good. Maybe. See, we don't even remember because they're not good ideas. So don't do this. No one's watching Chad Powers.
There you go, and that concludes the college football blitz thingy. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. We've actually moved from outside Comerica Park to inside Soundspace, which is in Hockeytown Cafe. So things are getting a little hectic out there. And line dropped a couple times. DJ set up. We moved. How are you, Scott?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I turned down an opportunity to play guitar in a band. So
on your way over here?
Yeah, well, they'd asked earlier, and I said, well, I have to work, but you guys, if you're going to be loud, then we're going to have to move.
Ah, gotcha.
So.
I didn't turn down anything. I got offered nothing. So anyway, we're sitting here across the street from Comerica Park, where the Tigers are going to try and do it again, Scott. They're going to try and keep their season going. It's been flirting with disaster. It's been on the edges of a crash out, and yet they did just enough to get in. Now, we were disappointed when they didn't get the first round bye, disappointed when they didn't win the division, but they made the playoffs. Well, then they go the first round. Nobody thinks they're going to be – nobody in Detroit, I shouldn't say nobody, but there was a good swath of the fan base, Gator, that was very skeptical, and they went to Cleveland, and they won that series. So here they are, postseason. They go to Seattle. They win game one. Now they're on the brink of elimination again, and it all comes down to today. Do they kick it down the road again, the idea that their season could end, or does it all end today? I found last night's game to be disturbing in that they looked like a broken team. And what I mean by that was uncharacteristic things, which this stretch of a couple months here, there have been a lot of uncharacteristic things that they didn't do in the first half of this season at the end of last year, because I always felt like they were finding a way to win it 2 out of 3 phases in a game. And last night, the fielding errors, the no-hitting, the fielding errors, and the bad pitching, I'm just like, I think they might be broken. I hope I'm wrong. You're a little bit more optimistic based upon the fact that the Seattle pitcher has not been good this year. He has not faced the Tigers this year.
No, he hasn't. I mean, in his past, he has. If you looked at last year, he made 1 start against the Tigers was very good, and in the previous year, he made 2 starts against the Tigers was very good. But that's in the past. That's not this year, where this year he's been a disaster for almost all of his starts this year. There have been literally like 3 starts where he's been good. Everything else has been terrible. So I don't care what he did against the Tigers when they were parading out Akil Baddoo, the Nick Maton. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. So what matters is how has he pitched this year, and he's pitched terribly this year. The Tigers have to say yuck, throw it in the garbage. What happened yesterday? I think it was, you say the term, we say they were broken.
Yeah.
In yesterday's game, I agree with that. What they have to make sure is that they don't allow that to creep into today. They have to flush it. Don't chew on yesterday's breakfast. Go out there and play a different game today. You got a pitcher that you can hit. He's just been so hittable this year. Take advantage of that. Put together some really good at-bats. Do it early. And take advantage of the situation, because I agree with you. I don't think he's pitching this game to give the Mariners 5 or 6 innings. No. I don't think that's the case. I think he's there to give them at the very least 2 innings, and I think they'd be thrilled if he gets through the lineup one time and doesn't give up any runs. They need to jump on him early and get those runs. Casey Mize on the other side. Casey Mize, more often than not this year, he has been very good for the Tigers, and he had the 1 start to begin the season where he was lights out, fantastic against Seattle, and then he's got 1 start against Seattle back in July when he was not so good, allowing the 6 runs and 6 hits in over 3 innings of work. But it's obviously in him to be better, and he has pitched better lately. So, and he's looking forward to this. This is a guy who had a chip on his shoulder because he was left off the playoff roster last year. He's on it this year, and he's going to play a big role.
248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phones. We talk to Q. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Q.
How you guys doing today?
Good.
All right.
Hey, so look, man, about the Lions. All of those platforms that you said had the Lions number 1. After week 1, it gave up on the Lions. So I don't even pay attention to that stuff anymore.
Well, and here's the other thing why it's not even worth necessarily paying attention to. Is because of where we are in the season. It's early October. We got forever to go. But Q, understand this. Talking about the Tigers all day depressed us. So we talked about how everybody's got the Lions ranked number 1.
That's devastating. I ain't gonna lie. The Tigers, look, we gotta win this game. It's a beautiful day outside. we got to take it to Game 5, get Scoob on there, have a magical day, and make some history and get the Tigers to the conference championship. But look, I just think the Tigers, the bats got to come alive. If we don't hit nothing, then we it's pointless to even be in the playoffs at this point. They got to hit something. Yeah, they have scorers in position, but they can't make away.
I mean, you can try and win a game 1-0, but it's exceedingly difficult, and it's too much to ask of your pitchers. I'll tell you something. You said to get it to Game 5. The thing about getting it to Game 5 is, we all know that they don't win every Scooble start. We know that. Yeah. However, I decided to listen to stuff out of Seattle late last night and this morning, and
they don't want to go to Game 5.
You know what they were talking about? They were concerned they might face Scooble today. That's how scared they are of Scooble, is that they're worried about them pitching him on 2 days rest, which ain't going to happen. Yeah.
And Casey Mize. I really do.
Well, I hope Casey Mize is
got
right.
An opportunity. Hopefully, I think he got an opportunity to prove that he is starting pitcher today. This is an opportunity. He got to take it to Game 5, put the ball in the best pitcher's hand. And, I think our eyes with Scoob, they don't want to face Scoob, especially back there, and they know how they playoff woes are. So, hey, we can find a way to get it to Game 5. I think we got a chance to win the series.
Well,
we got to find a way to get it.
There's no question in my mind if they get it to Game 5. I just hope my instincts are wrong and they're not broken. I hope that last night was just one of those games that everybody it happens to everybody. Now, the Tigers haven't had a ton of games like that. They've lost a lot of games 2-1 and 1-0 and 3-1, and where they just haven't scored and they've kept opponents down. But last night was a utter abomination, unfortunately.
Well, they need an emergency fix. You break down the side of the road, you call AAA or whatever, and they come out, they help you out, and you're better. If the Tigers are broken yesterday, and I'm not going to disagree because they looked broken yesterday, fix it today. Things are in the shop. You're ready to pick. I'm waiting for a phone call. Hey, guess what? Your car's ready. Great. Awesome. It's all fixed. Yep. Took care of it last night. We fixed it, and you're ready to go. Let's hope that's the case today. Get off to a great start. Score 3 runs in the first couple innings. Let's go.
Win the series. Move on and play for
worried about this game.
Play for the AFC Championship.
I play for the championship, right. I can't change my prediction because that was a prediction.
Yeah, I know. We take L's and we earn them.
Yeah. Let's. I hope that it gets to 5 games. I hope that.
Mike, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Okay.
Good, Mike. How are you?
Good. I want to guarantee a victory today. I've been going to Tiger games for 40 years, and they've never lost a game that I've gone to, so I'm guaranteeing a victory.
Wow. How many games have you been to over 40 years?
Probably 50 games.
And they are 50-0.
I don't know if they're 50-0, but usually when they go down, they win. I'm maybe fibbing a little bit, but I have so much faith in these guys. I really believe they're going to do it. And I'm actually got in a fight with my wife over the game today. She was so mad at the Tigers last night, she went out and watched Dance with the Stars and left me alone in the living room by myself.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well,
we don't wish you any marital issues.
No, happy wife, happy life.
You need to get right at home, my friend. But if you're the key, then I suppose you need to be here all the time.
Rather have you there than not there.
Yep. Thank you. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. The Tigers do not have a great hitting lineup, and it's not just one player. Might that be the reason why Harris didn't trade up for prospects? Or trade his top prospects because they are not one player away.
Well, I think that's a great point.
It's an interesting one. I don't know if I'm buying it. I mean,
do you think they were one player away?
No, I don't.
To that point,
I don't think they were one player away. But is it possible that Scott Harris didn't want to give up the future because he didn't believe in this core? Not that he'd say it publicly, but they aren't playing like a team that deserved a player. They're playing like a team that needed 3 or 4 players. I don't know. It's a theory. I hadn't heard it.
I like it.
Do you?
I do. I think it's insightful there. Because this team was not. Go back to.
You think Scott Harris? But what he's basically saying is he thinks that Scott Harris at the trade deadline didn't believe they were worth investing in that much.
It's a way you can interpret it. I think he
wasn't going to throw good money.
What he was saying is that this team was not one player away from being that World Series team, and looking back, that would seem like using the the addition of hindsight,
Yeah.
yes, this is not a team that is one player away. I think this is a very flawed team, probably the most flawed team that's in the playoffs at this point. But despite that, they still made it past Cleveland in the first round, and here they are, a chance to even up the series in the divisional series. But I think it's interesting. Yeah, I don't think they were one player away. It would have been nice if they could have landed that player, but by sacrificing players that you deem are the future of this team, no, when you could, let's roll the dice, see what happens this year, and then in the offseason, there are some, you can go get Suarez in the offseason if you want to get him, and you don't have to give up anything to do it. It's just money.
You know, it's, I don't know if I buy it. God, there's some, I mean, I don't know if there's ever been an executive in a sport that has his entire reputation in a town riding on 4 kids at Erie.
Well, I don't know.
I guess one of them is
the
one
other
of them,
one, the guy
yeah,
who's going to start tomorrow night across the street there. I think that's Steve Eiserman is, kind of hitching his wagon to 3 rookies that are going to get a chance to play tomorrow night.
I guess.
That's waiting for the Eiser plan to come to fruition. All the guys he's drafted. It's different with hockey, and I think it's different in baseball too. Hockey and baseball are similar because it takes a while for these guys to get their opportunities. You rarely see an 18-year-old or 19-year-old baseball player step in right away and play a major role. You need these guys to move on a little bit, and we'll see. Next year, I don't anticipate that we're going to see these prospects get an opportunity to play right out of spring training and make the team, but maybe they can matriculate through AA and AAA next year and have an opportunity to make an impact on the team at some point next year. But off-season is off-season talk.
Right. It might be as early as Thursday's show. Hey, it's the Sound Space Odyssey Studios above the lobby in Hockeytown Cafe, across from Comerica Park. Game 4 coming up this afternoon right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. We're at the Soundspace Studios above the lobby at Hockeytown Cafe. We do have a bit of breaking news from the Lions. I told you earlier about the DB they brought in, a 32-year-old Mollett, a 32-year-old veteran cornerback, Arthur Mollett. And now they made another roster move. King, they brought in they brought Dan Skipper. They signed him to the active roster.
Yes, this is according to Detroit Lions Twitter 30 minutes ago. They have signed offensive lineman Dan Skipper from the practice squad to the active roster.
There you go.
Also, they placed Khalil Dorsey in injured reserve.
Okay, so what does that mean? Why would they do that? Why would they activate Skipper? Decker's out and they didn't love Manu's performance?
Yeah, if I'm speculating, Decker could be out another week. They didn't really love what they saw from Manu, even though there was some things to build upon. Big game versus the Chiefs. Maybe they want the more experienced offensive lineman to come up and play this game this week.
Yeah, I don't know who was the extra lineman last week, but maybe it's just that. It's just that, Skipper would be a better option than whoever the extra lineman was that was activated last week. I don't know if it has anything to do with Manu or not.
Yeah, it might not be. They may just want an extra offensive lineman as well. But,
somebody's got to be a tackle eligible.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's got to report, and they got to know he reported.
Yeah, he's got the experience.
So the other news is that Cincinnati, who yesterday traded for Joe Flacco, today announced that Joe Flacco will start for the Bengals Sunday.
Wow. Really?
Yes.
The NFL is strange, man. You get a veteran quarterback. They're like, veteran quarterbacks, they don't need any time. They'll figure the playbook out. It's just different terminology. I mean, it's the same plays. It's just, different vernacular or different ways they call it? I don't know.
I guess.
That's
Do
crazy
you know who the Bengals play Sunday?
Green Bay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it?
Joe Flacco is 1-0 against Green Bay this year. Trey Wingo.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Trey Wingo tweeted out, "It would be, on a few levels, hilarious if Green Bay were to somehow miss the playoffs because of two potential losses to Joe Flacco-led teams. If Flacco and the Bengals win Sunday, he'd be the first quarterback to beat the same team twice as a quarterback for two different teams in the NFL since 1982.
Wow.
So, I'm sorry, 1962. Joe Flacco, Green Bay's kryptonite. Could that be the case?
Well, I would say this, the situation he's walking into in Cincinnati, I don't know if it's better or not. The offensive line is terrible, but the receivers are great.
Yeah.
So there's that. I mean, there's give and take with that. I imagine if Joe Flacco were a quarterback for the Bengals, it would have been similar outcome. What they would have done against the Lions, I just think it would have been spread out more in terms of not scoring 21 points in the fourth quarter, but maybe a touchdown every quarter or in three of the quarters to get there, because he's immobile. He's absolutely immobile, and Jake Browning was able to free himself from a couple of those plays. But Jake Browning just threw the ball up for grabs with those interceptions. And I don't know if Flacco is as prone to that. But, hey, good luck. Utilize those guys. Jamar Chase is really good, Joe. So is T. Higgins.
The Joe Flacco that we saw play against the Lions didn't look like he was capable of being anybody's kryptonite. And quite frankly, the Joe Flacco that I watched for Cleveland that beat Green Bay wasn't particularly good either. But if somehow, some way, Joe Flacco can go out and beat Green Bay for a second time this year, that would be, by almost every measurement, hysterical.
Be two wildly different games, right? Because the reason Cleveland beat Green Bay is because Cleveland's defense was great, and they gave them opportunities. Eventually, Joe Flacco was the one that got the offense to score the points, but yes, their defense was great. If Cincinnati is to beat Green Bay, it's going to have to be because of the offense.
Right. Feedback, you ride with the lineup that got you here. Not like we're leaving some stud hitter on the bench. They're not playing. Those guys are not playing for a reason. Look, I don't know that there's a solution in this lineup. AJ is tinkered. The bias to center field thing, they did seem to be playing better back then. I think they want Parker Meadows to be a long-term solution in center field so bad, but that this is not the time to play a guy that you want to be a solution. It's a time to play your best lineup, and they must believe in him.
Yeah, and you look at the ramifications if you were to change that up, right? Then let's say you put Baez in center field. Who plays shortstop? You want Trey Sweeney at shortstop? This team can't hit already, and then you're going to throw in another bat that can't hit. Okay, so throw McKinstry at shortstop, and then what? Then Ibanez goes to third base, and you've already committed that you don't want to use Colt Keith in the field because of the injury. And it really would be great if Parker Meadows was hitting and gives you that confidence, but he's not. And I think this is going to be interesting to watch. That's a move in the offseason, see what happens with this Tigers team with some player moves in the offseason and going into spring training. Will Meadows be getting a fair shake? Or I imagine he will, but will he have competition, I guess? And will Javi Baez be part of that competition because maybe they have other options at shortstop?
Feedback coming in. Gator's the most optimistic Tiger fan left today, and even he's suggesting that we literally bring in therapy dogs to reset the
Hell
team.
Yes. Are you telling me that a room full of golden retrievers isn't going to cheer you up and clear your mind of any kind of stress? Come on.
How about just bringing children?
That's stressful. Dogs are the golden retrievers running around licking your face and being playful. That's not going to be stressful.
Not everybody loves dogs, Gator.
No, not everybody does.
This person goes on to write, that sounds desperate for an optimistic person. I love the idea that we are facing the weakest link of Seattle's starting pitchers, but is he really worse than our hitting? I do hope so. I'm a Tiger fan, and I want them to win, but a pessimistic Tiger fan is justified.
What's his ERA in the year? Like 5.6?
It's pretty bad. His whip is pretty bad. But again, I mean, I feel like if this were the regular season, they'd be saying, all right, here's a chance to get right. You're facing a struggling lineup.
Sure. Well, one way or another, someone's going to be put out of their misery.
Yeah.
Either Bryce Miller is or the Tigers will. Because if the Tigers can't get it done against Bryce Miller, then here we go. It's donezo.
More of your phone calls and feedback next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. The ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Tigers playing today against the Seattle team that came in and they pounded the baseball last night. They weren't perfect either, but they were way better than Detroit.
We have a little bit more info on the Dan Skipper situation.
Yeah.
Richard Silva has tweeted out that Dan Campbell indicated Skipper would be in contention to start against the Chiefs in the event that Taylor Decker can't play. It'll be Skipper, Giovanni Manu, or Devin Cochran.
At tackle.
Yes.
Well, obviously Manu didn't perform in a way that has him locking it down. What I like about it is that they still scored 37 points, and they're looking for ways to be even better, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think this would be a interesting week of practice. I wish we could see it to see how Manu responds and see how Skipper responds for that matter. I mean, he wants to play. He doesn't like being on a practice squad. He wanted to be on the active roster. So let's hope the competition brings out the best and we'll get competent play at left tackle if Taylor Decker can't play.
Let's go to Nolan. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Nolan.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you guys?
We're okay this afternoon.
So I kind of wanted to call in and say, this season has been probably the most interesting season of any team that I'm a fan of because it almost feels like there's a competitive, especially the last month, a competitive irrelevance where it's almost so angry and you kind of forget about it. But my point today was to call in and say that I would be really disappointed, though, if we end the season today at home without winning a game at home in over a month and not having Skubal have at least a chance, your best player by far, getting a chance to save the season for you, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, he did get a chance in this series, and the only way he would have won is if he held him to one run. But yeah, I mean, they've got this great card that they hope to get to play again. And I certainly hope they get to play again. And if you're the Tigers, okay, if you're in that clubhouse today and you're talking about where they stand right now, they're playing a one-game series to put themselves in a dramatically advantageous position to have arguably, if not clearly, the best pitcher in baseball, starting pitcher in baseball, going in a deciding Game 5. Who wouldn't want that? You're right there. You just have to find a way to win one baseball game against a bad pitcher. And Casey Mize, let's see how much dog you have in you.
Yeah, and I hope that Casey Mize really gives them an opportunity to at least get into this game early. When I saw that they were throwing out Miller today, I kind of scratched my head a little bit. I'm not completely familiar with their bullpen construction, and how, obviously the Tigers have been, I don't want to say the masters of that, but have utilized that a lot more than other teams. I just think that they're playing with a little bit of fire, starting a guy like Miller who's struggled so much, and if they kind of, I don't want to say punt this game, but give the risk to punt this game, I think you could set yourself up for a dangerous scenario Friday night.
I think what Seattle is doing today is what A.J. Hinch did all last year and did in Game 1. I think it's pitching chaos Seattle version. I think that they're just hoping to get a couple innings from a couple of guys, and then you could bring in the rest from the bullpen and cobble it together. And their thought would be the Tigers' bats have been so bad, maybe we can get away with it with not our best pitchers out there. But if we put our worst pitchers in the best situation, that they can survive it. It's a Casey Mize game in part for sure, but I expect Casey Mize to be fine. I would also expect them to give up a couple runs. It's up to the Tiger bats to win this game.
The way I think this game is going to go is Mize going to be pretty good, and Seattle might blast a solo shot off him in the fourth inning, and they'll lead it 1-0. And we'll get to the sixth, and it'll be 2-0. And the Tigers are still getting runners on base, but not scoring runs. And they'll get into the bullpen, and that's what I'm afraid of, is that Mize will be good, but they just won't score.
Man.
Well, I mean, have you
No, you're like, I'm trying to stay as positive as I can, cobble together the way the Tigers win, and just chop it right out. Well, bats are still going to be what the bats are. Might as well give up a solo home run and then maybe another run, and it's the 6th inning. Tigers get runners on base, can't score.
Well,
I'm not. Look, I get it. It's you're conditioned at this point, and we understand. I mean, if my theory doesn't come true, then obviously the season's over with. But I do think the Tigers get off to a good start. 3 runs in the first 2 innings.
The problem with saying take advantage of a pitcher is when is the last time the Tigers have taken advantage of a pitcher? We saw a historical collapse on the division title, and last night was a perfect representation of the end of the regular season. Actually, last night wasn't. Last night was a terrible, and they were bad in all phases.
It was uncharacteristic.
And they've actually pitched reasonably well of late, but then they had pretty big mistakes in the field too.
Mind you, I don't think I don't believe in momentum carrying over one game to the next. I don't think that's the case. I think momentum happens within a game itself. But the text, I don't know if it was a texter said it or you said this about the taking advantage of the bad pitcher or whatever.
Yep.
I think they took advantage of the bad pitcher last night when it came to the 9th inning. That wasn't their best bullpen arm. They just threw a guy in there. Let's get 3 outs and get out of here because we got a 7-run lead. And the Tiger bats actually did something against the guy. I don't think that carries over to today other than I think today's pitcher is another opportunity because it's not a great pitcher.
So your point is the 9th inning last night, they saw a bad pitcher and they hit him.
Did something, yeah.
God, I hope you're right.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Well,
they'll give you a little bit.
I mean, that's better than what you've been giving me for the last 3 hours and 40 minutes, so I'll give you credit for that.
Wow. Is it time for beer?
Dude. It's been time, man.
Is it time?
It's been time. And look, if they can, God, they gotta just be thinking one game. We need one game to get ourselves to school. Somebody sent a text a few days ago and said, I understand the frustrations people have, but people are acting like baseball's postseason is supposed to be easy. It's not easy. No. Now, what is crazy is you look at the Yankees Toronto series. You know what's not easy there? Getting people out. It's like the exact opposite of this. It's like they're 20 runs a game over there.
Yeah, that was crazy watching that last night. And Toronto's got this big lead going in. I think it was the 6th inning or whatever it was. And then there's a drop ball from in the shallow outfield just outside, just beyond the infield. Just a misplayed ball by the shortstop or third baseman. I forget who misplayed it. Drops it. Now you got runners on base and Aaron Judge coming to the plate. And you know there's going to be a big moment. 45 seconds after the Tigers game finished, 45 seconds after the line-out double play to end the game, Aaron Judge launched a 3-run home run to tie the game.
Some analytics guy sent out on that Aaron Judge home run. That was the first of 528 times this season an 0-2 fastball of 99 miles per hour was hit out.
How, what?
The first of 528 times this season, an 0-2 fastball of 99 miles per hour or faster was hit out.
That was 100 miles an hour, inside pitch, and he just crushed it, absolutely crushed it. And I was watching the game, and the analysis afterwards was he was able to crush that because the previous pitch that he missed on was the same height, but it was in the middle of the plate. And Judge just swung and missed at it. This pitch was the same height. It was a little bit inside, but Judge timed it.
According to, again, this is from @Stucky2, who's one of these Action Network guys. He also adds, that was the first pitch of 99 miles per hour that far inside that's ever been hit out in the history of the StatCast era.
Oh, there you go. Good for them.
Yep. Well, Judge's postseason struggles have been well documented. But he came alive at just the right time.
He hadn't driven in runs.
Tigers, are you listening? Come alive at just the right time.
Judge had been hitting. He just wasn't driving in runs.
He wasn't doing it in the postseason.
Well, he had a couple of hits in the postseason that didn't
His
drive
runners
a run.
in scoring position was he hit 170 in his career.
Yes, but I'm saying he was like 2 for 4 the previous game, but didn't drive and run. I get it. I'm just pointing out he was still hitting, just not with runners in scoring position. Do you think it hurts the Tigers to play today as a day game as opposed to?
I think it
could have
hurts
been a
Seattle
night?
more. It's a noon start their time.
Okay.
They're not. In fact, again, I listen to stuff out of Seattle. People in Seattle, fearful Scooble's going to pitch today. He's not.
He's not.
And they don't like a noon start their time on a quick turnaround.
I thought it was strange. AJ Hinch actually had to address that today and say he's not pitching.
Yeah,
he's pitching game
It's a
5.
Seattle-driven story. But like the guys who said nobody's scared of Scooble, they were
Yeah.
people. Like, I don't know if it was the team, right? It was media members, but hey, the best day of the work week just got better at Twin Peaks. Bourbons and brews are back at Twin Peaks, and this day it's even extra special because we've got the most important game of the baseball season going on. So Twin Peaks girls will be there, decked out, ready to serve up your favorite bourbons and brews. Beer of the month is Juicy Haze IPA. First pitch, 3:08. On top of that, there's a full slate of college football coming up this weekend. Got NFL games on Sunday, including our team in action Sunday night. And what better place to watch it than Twin Peaks? Well, there isn't a better place to watch it than Twin Peaks. They got the bone-chilling draft beer served at 29 degrees. They got the craft cocktails. They got the scratch food. And they've got the Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience. Come see the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. We got Tiger baseball coming up in just about an hour and 20 minutes. Tigers season's on the line. Can they get the job done today? I have a feeling, Scott, if they're going to win this game, all right, superhuman Mize effort. That's what it takes. Superhuman Mize effort. You know?
I don't know. I guess I understand it because you have to tame Seattle's offense.
Yep.
Which the Tiger pitching staff did for the first 2 games.
Yep.
I don't know if it needs to be superhuman. What needs to be better than what we've seen is the bats.
I know, but I'm talking about what I think the only realistic path to it is. I don't see the bats getting to Bryce Miller.
I guess I'm the other way because I expect Mize to pitch well, and I need the bats to show up.
So if the bats are only going to scratch out a run or two, regardless of who's pitching, that's why you need the superhuman Mize effort. He's got to go 8 innings to shut out baseball.
That's why I don't think they're going to need the superhuman Mize effort because I think the bat's going to show up.
God, I hope you're right.
It's a better matchup.
I
know.
know.
He's pitching awfully this year. He's not good this year.
I don't know that it's relevant that he's pitched well against the Tigers last year or the year before.
I don't think it's
relevant
at all.
I bet if you looked at those lineups, half the guys are gone. Yeah, half the guys are gone.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, great. You got Nick Maton and Akil Baddoo and Matt Vierling out, but you gave up hits to Javi Baez. Had 2 hits in one of those games. Carpenter and Green. Last year, actually, Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson didn't play in the game last year that he pitched.
Hold on. What you got the lineup in front of you by chance? Carpenter's leading off. He's 1 for 5 against this guy. Glabor's hitting second. He's 2 for 8. Who's hitting third?
Colt Keith.
Colt Keith is 0 for 3.
Riley Green is 4th.
Is 2 for 6.
Torkelson's 5th.
Torque is 2 for 5. These are relatively small sample sizes, but
I think McKinstry's hitting 6th.
1 for 6.
Dingler, who I think was 0 for 3 last year.
Dingler's 0 for 3. Yeah, this isn't.
Well, and then
this is a year ago, but
yeah, and then you get last year Baez.
Baez is 2 for 7.
And then you've got Parker Meadows.
Parker Meadows is 1 for 2. So. Yeah, it's really not really consequential either way. But hey, man,
how's he pitched this year?
How's he pitched this year? He hasn't pitched well.
No, not well at all.
Well,
not well at all, Doug.
It's all right on that.
Let's go.
God, if they win this game, if they find a way to win this game, first of all,
the way is there.
You're going to be the happiest guy in Metro Detroit. But then there's going to be a lot of happy people.
And if they don't, well, doom and gloom, right?
Well, if they don't, then we're going to launch into all the things
it's all the off-season
that went
stuff.
wrong and what needs to happen next.
Yeah. Might need to have a cooling off period.
I think by the time we hit the air tomorrow, that'll be plenty of time to cool off. You know, so I just want to make something clear here, too, about I've said repeatedly, as far as Christopher Ilitch, Scott Harris, A.J. Hinch, the coaching staff, the players that raise the ire of people like Riley Green, I've pieced together what I want to say, but I want to see how the season ends first.
Yeah.
And it's not over yet, okay? When it ends and how it ends matters. And, you know, I don't think there's a 0.0% chance they win today. I'm just concerned that last night's game was more indicative of a team that had seen its fate than a team that still has that instinctive fight left in them. I hope I'm wrong, but, you know, we'll see how it plays itself out, and then we'll focus on the Lions, our first place Lions, our perhaps best team in the NFL Lions.
We got
and
that.
College football. we got 2 college teams.
And the NHL starts tomorrow night for the Red Wings.
Yes, it does, and hopefully they'll be in a better place than they've been in recent years, and they are debuting kids, which can be interesting. In the meantime, couldn't ask for much better weather, right?
It's beautiful out there.
Yep.
Obviously a little chilly because it's in the 60s, or will be in the 60s, but it's gorgeous. Nary a cloud in the sky. It should be great for the fans there. The sun beating down is actually nice and warm, so that's really cool. This is gonna be a fun one.
By the way, did you see that Jerry Jones got fined $250,000 for flipping a bird to the fans?
I did.
How you feel about that?
I think it's hysterical. I mean, how dumb? I mean, $250,000 is dumb. That's really dumb. You're going to
What's
get fined
dumb
that
about
much for flipping a bird. I guess it's because you're an owner and you should be better than that.
You think it should be more?
No, I think that's why they charge more. I think that's why they find him more, is because he's an owner and he should know better. But I think it's ridiculous that he's fined that.
And Kang, did you see that?
Of course, yeah. I was thinking about using it maybe as a question tomorrow, but I think the funny part is his excuse that I was trying to give a thumbs up.
Did he say that?
Hey, he was just trying to give a thumbs up, guys.
He didn't really say that.
I got trigger finger. I couldn't get it to go.
I think he did. I got to look up the
I was
exact
trying
quote.
to do the Spider-Man thing and spin a web. I couldn't go.
Yeah, he said that on his weekly radio interview, I believe it was.
I was trying to hitchhike. My driver wasn't anywhere around.
That's pretty funny. Good for him for coming up with that line of BS. That is really, really funny.
I started to count the ways how I love thee, and I started with 1. What's the problem?
Oh, that's so great. Good for Jerry.
No, Jerry.
$250,000
I think it's worth it for him.
The bird.
Because if I'm going to flip the fans. What does it cost? $250K? I got that. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Did he give it any thought? Did he think about how much am I willing to spend? I'd go a full $1 million, so I got 4 of these. I can use them strategically.
How much for a crotch grab? What if I pull it out? How much if that happens?
All right.
If I show it to you, how much?
So Tiger Baseball is straight ahead after a truncated 2-6 show, and Rico Beard joins us now here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rico?
Gentlemen, so how's it? What are the vibes down there?
It's getting more festive as the day has gone on.
Yeah, I mean, people have just started to drink. They got tickets. I think they're going in hopeful, but I don't blame them.
It's a beautiful day.
I'd love to be drinking and just chatting up and not talking about the game, and then go in and see what happens.
Look, it's a hell of a lot better now than what it was at 4:00 yesterday when there was just drizzle and you knew this was going to be a long delay. So,
tell me about it.
The crowd's going to be better.
Yeah, we were in the okay. Is it going to be a game? When's the game going to happen? It's going to be at 4, 5, 6. All right, we're throwing to Mark Ryan. Mark, you could take over. So yeah. I get it.
Yep.
So is today it? What are you feeling?
I'm not particularly optimistic.
Tigers win 5-4.
Whoa, okay.
Okay. Guaranteed.
You're right, my friend.
I didn't guarantee it.
Easy there.
Gator guaranteed, and if you lose your bet, Gator will pay your bets off.
No. Don't let that get misinterpreted. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk about this game, and is this it, or can this team bounce back? Because here's the thing. Right now, as bad as Tiger fans feel, if you win this thing, you feel better because you know who's going to be pitching on Friday. So it's like, if you could just make it through today, if you could have the score of the game, heck, it could be 1-0. But if you win and you take this back to Game 5, you got to be feeling like, okay, we're off to play either the Yankees or the Blue Jays. So it's what's going to happen today? Is this it, or is this team just destined to make it all the way to the championship series?
Well, there's something crazy about the wild emotional swing.
Yes.
That a win today, what it would do.
It would feel like the 9th inning last night where it looked like you were dead and then you weren't dead and then, oh, my God, it's going down the line. Nope, it's not. Naylor caught it. And
dude, that ball, if that ball gets into the corner, that would have sparked hope.
Yes.
But, yeah.
Would have been something.
All right, well, look, you guys have a great show. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Tiger Baseball's coming up shortly. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Tigers faced elimination in Game 4 of the ALDS today at Comerica Park. A.J. Hinch was asked if Tarek Skubal could be available out of the bullpen today.
No, Tarek's going to start Game 5. Yeah, I know. He's done his normal prep as he would to be prepared for an all-in Game 5.
Casey Mize will make the start today as he opposes Bryce Miller. He carries a 5.68 ERA in 18 starts this season. Here's the rest of the A.J. Hinch lineup. Kerry Carpenter leads off and plays right. Gleyber Torres hits second at second. Colt Keith will bat third and DH once again. Riley Green begins the middle of the order in left field. Spencer Torkelson bats fifth at first. Zach McKinstry will hit in the sixth hole as he plays third. Dingler catching today. Meadows in center field and Javi Baez playing short. They'll round it out. Hear the game right here on the ticket at 3:08. The Lions have placed corner Khalil Dorsey on injured/reserve. Offensive lineman Dan Skipper has been activated from the practice squad. Dan Campbell said it's possible he starts this week. He'll compete against Gio Manu and Devin Cochran. No Amon-Ra St. Brown, Taylor Decker, or Kirby Joseph at practice today. Red Wings coach Tom McClellan told the media that James Riemsdyk will not be suiting up for the home opener tomorrow. He may be activated for Saturday's game. Detroit will start John Gibson in goal. A proposal has been adopted by the NCAA admin committee that would permit college athletes to bet on professional sports. It'll be reviewed by D2 and D3 this month in meetings. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, Rico.
Hey. You don't sound excited, man.
I'm not. And by the fact you can get tickets to today's game for $18, I don't think people are either. So I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to do with this team. I feel like I should be in a padded room. Because here's the best part.
Yeah.
I want to tell you the best part, okay, Matrix Basement? You listen to me.
Aaron Judge.
No. To hell with them. No one here cares. Listen to me. The best part of this is the fact that as badly as I want to write their asses off, because I hate watching them, I can't. I actually can totally pathway them making the ALCS. Because instead of Brian Wu today, who's hurt, you're getting the worst pitcher the Mariners pay money to play baseball, Bryce Miller, and a 5.68 ERA. Mm-hmm. A guy who statistically can't go through the order a second time. If you leave Bryce Miller in a baseball game deeper than 9 outs, you have a 950 OPS. And if you win today, you get Skubal in Game 5. So as much as I would just love to tell you, let it end, pull the plug, Nona's never waking up, and we can just get it over with, I can't. And I'll be right there at 3:08 watching every effing pitch. Whee! So I don't know what to do. They are utterly confounding.
No, they are. It's funny because David and I had a very interesting conversation pre-show about the simple fact that the tickets are still available. And I'm like, wait, so in a game that actually matters, you can get cheap seats. Opening day, it's sold out. You're going to play 161 more of these. But this one could be the final one, and there's nobody that you got
Rico
$18
Cookies was
seats.
there last night, and I did the pod with him, and we had a sidebar conversation, and he said it. He goes, Mike, it was collectively 41,000 people who had enough. It was somber. There was a tense nature to it. People are angry.
You know what?
And again, I don't want to hear it from 97-1. No, I ain't 97-1. Those are people in your ballpark. Okay?
Yeah. And here's the funny thing. I think last night was a microcosm of the season when it looked like it was done and over. And then those who stayed and put their caps on backwards in the rally caps. And then the team catches fire. And are they about to pull off this miracle? And shot down the line. Looks like it's going into the gap for extra bases. Going to score. No, Naylor caught it. And game's over. Double play. Like that to me was a microcosm of everything.
But again, that is also the Mariners pitched the guy I told you they would never pitch in a serious situation.
Yeah.
That was their other lefty. That's Caleb Ferguson.
Yeah.
If Rayleigh's the big dumper, Ferguson's the big dumpster. Like, he's terrible. So, yeah, I mean, Rico, all of it. I mean, I'd love to hear from people, you guys. I don't know what to tell you. If you're pumped up, be pumped up. If you're spiteful, be spiteful. I could totally see him winning the next two because Bryce Miller has been trash this year. And if you're starting Tarek Skubal, you know you got a shot. I also totally understand people going, yeah, I watch Phillies and Dodgers, or I've watched the Brewers and Cubs, or I've watched Yankees and Blue Jays. It's a different sport. It's like watching Michigan State football and then turning on Bama and Georgia. It's different. So I you know what? Call me Stoney today, okay?
Okay.
I see both sides. I don't even care anymore. I just don't even know what to do. You know what it is? I hate them because I can't quit them. I hate to love them and I love to hate them. They are the most confounding team in this city in my 20-plus year career here.
Yeah, you don't want to be the one that walked away too soon and, oh, wait, now you're back. Okay. Sorry.
Rico, you know I'm not crazy saying they can win the next two.
No, I was telling Doug and Gator in crosstalk because Doug, I think, is that frustrated 41,000 where, yeah, I'm kind of tired of this. Gator's like, no, he's got him winning. And yes, both sides are correct. It could happen either way because if you could just make it through this game, whether it's 1-0,
you take your shot.
You have the advantage come Friday.
The problem is, I think people know what's on the other side of it.
But
I mean, just look at this team, and then comp it out to take it on the Jays in a 7-game set, presumably. I mean, unless the Yankees pull a mirror. Whether you played the Jays or the Yankees, you're not beating those. I think that's my issue, and I admittedly I don't want to take anybody out of context, but I heard a little convo on an earlier show that knocking Suarez and whoa, we would have had to have given up. Dude, bottom line is Scott Harris had the worst deadline of any contending team in recent memory. Mm-hmm. You had the best record in baseball, and instead of advancing this thing forward, you decided to play for the future. And I do think it's rearing its ugly head. Yeah. I do. Well, whether you wanted a pitcher, you could sure use one. Whether you wanted that second bullpen arm, yep. And certainly a bat. But, Rico, here's the best part. Well, it's not even the best part. I love what AJ did last night. And all I heard was your voice, which was kind of creepy, but it was right there on my left shoulder. And you were whispering in my ear lovingly, he knows he has game 4. Because they tossed every garbage bullpen arm. Mm-hmm. Today the Tigers have all of their best on good rest. And you're facing a guy who I'll be shocked if Bryce Miller's in this game in the 3rd inning. I think he's their opener today, Rico.
No, but Mike, you nailed it. I think it's because he knew he's playing chess right now. You never want to give away a game, but fine. They can have this one. We win game 4. Yeah. We get Skubal in game 5. Now, if you're Seattle, you're thinking, okay, that's great because we've won the last 3 times.
But once it was 3-4-0, I think AJ did the right thing.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not telling you he'd ever tell his team this, and I'm not trying to misrepresent the man at all. I think he knew in his heart, we're not scoring 5 runs tonight. Mm-hmm. And don't just spare me if you're going to fat finger a text into the phone about how you scored 4. It was the 9th inning. It was 8-1, and it was against their worst left-hander. Cut it out. No one cares. Stop it.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, it really was. Hey, can you go out and get 3 outs so we can just get this party started and get ready for tomorrow?
The best thing they did, here's what I'll give you credit for. You made them bring Munoz in the game, which they didn't want to do.
Yep.
But I don't know what to do. If you're burnt out, say it. If you believe they can make the ALCS, I'm not going to laugh at you because I still think it's right there for them. Not because they're any good, but because it's mysticism. Because, look, I can't control who you face. Bryce Miller is here, I'll take a shot. Is Bryce Miller the worst guy who's going to start a game in the ALDS round for any team in baseball?
Mm-hmm.
My answer is yes.
Yeah.
And you get to face him today at home.
Yeah, and Mike, it's his first career postseason appearance. So you don't know if the pressure's going to get to him or not. That's just it. There's one thing about playing in the regular season, but as you know, postseason is different. There's more pressure on the line. Now, I guess the young man at least knows if I totally screw this thing up, it's not my fault. We'll have game 5. But there's a lot of pressure in your first career appearance.
My guess is both starters are going to have extremely short leashes. Now, for the Mariners, that's a nightmare because they used a lot of their best last night. You can go back-to-back, but still, exposure matters. For the Tigers, if Mize can't go into the fourth, they've got all their best relievers ready to rock. And yet, you go to the other side of it, and we've already got calls. And again, don't waste my time. Well, you're being no, I'm not being nothing. The people who love this team, who pay to watch this team, are the ones filling our phone lines right now and pounding ticket text. And 75% of it is, I'm tired of this team. Just end it. Get it over with. That ain't me. I'm the dumbass who was confident yesterday. I'm the dummy who picked you to win this series. Don't put that on me.
Yeah,
Not you.
You can still get Tigers in 4, 5.
Nah, brother. You know what? Buddy, I got nothing.
Look.
Because I just watched this, and then I watched the other series, and I'll say it again to you. One is Michigan State versus Western. The other is LSU versus Alabama on a Saturday night in Death Valley.
Okay.
So there's that looming on the other side of, do I even want this team in the ALCS? So the franchise can smell their own farts all off season about how smart they were not to make a trade?
Well, if they make it to the ALCS, then at that point it was, we did better than last year. It's
I know it
was. And you're right. It's a pat on the back.
And I'm not asking fans to care because I know we're too close to it and we do this every day. But no, I don't want. I really, there is a spite level in me. I'm gonna call the game as I see it. I'm gonna tell you if I think they can win, which I do. But I'm not gonna lie to my listener and tell you I don't have a spite towards the organization based on that deadline. They thumb their noses at going for it. In the name of what? 2027?
See, I think that the spike kicks in because, and maybe this is just me. It could be you. It could be the listeners, 248-539-9797. If they do advance to the championship series in the AL, that it kind of tells you that next year they'll do the same thing and they'll have great receipts of why they didn't have to make any moves. They didn't make any moves last year. And look
which
how
doesn't
far
make
we
any
got.
sense.
I know.
But it's okay. 248-539-9797. David, talk to me. I know you were sighing very, very deeply. He can't even talk.
No, he can't.
We are angry. We are emotional.
It's
hopeful.
That's what it is, because it's what I told you, Rico. Yes, the tickets are cheap. Why would I ever want to go when I'm watching last night and I'd rather watch hockey instead of what I'm watching?
Okay, because, David, this game means something. Opening day means nothing.
But they're giving me no hope.
I said it. This game means this could be the final game of Comerica Park.
Well, then good.
Literally, because they could be changing the name, or maybe you root this team on, they get the win on Friday, and we're back again next week. If you ever were going to root this team on, now is the time you go and buy the tickets. Now is the time you go and get the rally tile and the rally goose and whatever. It's now. There should never be cheap seats for this game.
Well, it doesn't matter because they'll be playing Comerica Park next week. So,
but you see how frustrating that is?
Yes.
I can't offer a bunch of good reasons. Me saying, well, Bryce Miller has nothing to do with you. Or this idea of, hey, they got Scooble, so why not? Like, they're just not playing. I mean, last night, guys, Gilbert was all over the place. Mm-hmm. And they did draw a few walks. And they did see pitches in the zone. They just didn't punish him.
No, and I was hoping, I'm like, okay, if you could get to second or third, he's throwing wild pitches. You could score a cheap run.
Something. No, and again, you didn't get the pitching you needed. And we knew it was always a distinct possibility. That's what Flaherty's been all year. That's why, look, I know no one cares now, but Rico, why do you think I'm terrified? They're stuck with Jack Flaherty next year. Mm-hmm. Vested option, $21 million.
Where's he going?
He ain't opting out.
Right.
Who the hell's opting out? They're 6-15 with a 5 ERA.
Oh, wow. That's a thing of beauty right there.
What's up, buddy?
They're showing that Judge home run. You know what? I wonder, hey, David, I'll let you be the arbitrator. Can I get off the hook for the bet that I owe him because I called Aaron Judge to be a stud last night? No,
I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
It's worth a try. It's worth a try. All right.
If they win tonight, yes. How about that? 248-539-9797. We can get to the people. And guys, I don't care where you're at with your team. I'm good with it because I don't even know where I'm at moment to moment with these guys. I don't know what to say. If you told me they're in the ALCS next week, I'd believe you, but I still wouldn't think they're any good. They are as confounding a team as I have ever talked about in this town since the first day I was on the air, January 4th of 2004. I got nothing. I'm exhausted. I'm emotional. I'm partially pissed, yet hopeful, question mark. So let's talk to you guys, and we'll get you to Tiger Baseball. Let me tell you about Abraham and Rose when it comes to an IRS collection or audit. Abraham and Rose specializes in resolving all types of tax problems. Their extensive experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on them. You can lean on them, and they'll be the buffer. They'll get between you and the IRS. Maurice and Jerry, 30 years in the game, and their experienced team is ready to evaluate any and all underlying federal or state income tax issues. It's abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again.
You know, David, it's funny because I have people always asking me, hey, how is the basement coming? And I'm going to tell you this, it's coming along well. As a matter of fact, we are in the final stages, furniture shopping. They're just doing the touch-ups to the walls. But this thing is immaculate. And it is all thanks to Matrix Basements. They came to me with the idea. They came to me with a free consultation and design. and they delivered, and they delivered strong. They did everything that they said that they were going to do and more. You need to check out Matrix Basements yourself. Go to matrixbasements.com. You'll get that free consultation. They'll come up with a design for you, whether you have a completely unfinished basement like I had, you're adding a new room, a bar, game room, whatever it is, Matrix Basements can design what you want for your basement. But you got to give them a call. Go online, matrixbasements.com, and let Matrix Basements turn your basement dreams into reality.
All right, let's go straight to the people. We'll take you right into the game. I'm out of everything. I don't know. Sure, they can go to the ALCS. Totally. Bryce Miller stinks, and you got Scooble in Game 5. Yet, every game you watch, you question what I've just done with my life. So, with that, let's go to Matt.
Mike, you sound like that reliever coming in for the third straight day. You just don't know what you got right now.
Yeah, I'm Hunter Gaddis in Game 5, basically, or Game 3 last series. I've already thrown 80 pitches. I have nothing. Go to Mark, 97.1.
Hold on. There we go. Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Mark.
Hello. Yes. This is the first time I called. You hear me okay?
Oh, yeah. Good.
Loud and clear, Mark.
Yeah.
What do you got, buddy?
Yeah, Mike. No, I was just talking about the lineup. You know, he had 4 All-Stars in this team, supposed.
Huh.
How can Green bat any worse and play left field any worse? I don't know if everybody sees it when I see much ball game. He's terrible. He's swinging the pitches that are, and he's supposed to be the leader in this team, right?
Look, I think you're seeing a lot with Riley Green. I think you're seeing the same thing in Chicago with PCA. It's easy. It's easy to get mentally fried. Baseball's really hard, and for young players,
I'm sure it is, but not if you're the top player in the league. And then you got McKinstry. What's he batting? 100?
Well, first of all, him and Dingler are combined 3 for 40 in the playoffs. And also, never call Zach McKinstry an all-star on this show, ever. I beg you. I'm begging you, Mark. You seem like a very nice man. Please don't do that between 2 and 6.
And the same with the shortstop. Bias.
Yeah,
are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, they had a couple of fake all-stars because a bunch of other people decided they didn't feel like playing. I'm not interested in it. Like, Mark, I'm with you. You need your best players to play. The problem is your best players aren't good enough. Mm-hmm. And then the guys who kind of pass the baton and move the lineup along have been so dreadful comprehensively. The only guy who's come up with a couple of big at-bats, a couple of really clutch swings, both in Cleveland and here, has been Torkelson. But outside of that, I don't know what to say. I don't.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, Mike. This is why I said all season long, you don't have you got good players, you don't have stars. Don't get seduced by that whole, hey, we made a bunch of all-stars. Yeah, they're not all-stars.
Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's the good word, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? How you guys doing?
Hey, Matt.
Good, Matt.
2 things. First, I was at the game last night, and I was by the first baseline, and people were so depressed. I'm pretty sure they bought as much liquor as they could from Comerica. It was just, they gave away that game. They could have won. And the second, I wore all the orange, like they asked, and some Mariners fan, because, I'm a big guy, called me a fat pumpkin, so screw that guy.
No.
Yeah.
That's not right. Don't laugh.
That's terrible.
Yeah, why are you laughing? He told me I looked like a fat pumpkin, so whatever. But second, I know you guys will get to this eventually. I know you guys will get to this eventually, probably not today because it's a Tigers Day. But yeah. I think letting college players bet on sports is the stupidest thing possible.
Oh, Matt, everything to do with college football and basketball is idiotic. I'm with you. Everything going on right now, it's ridiculous. But I want to just go back to one thing. You're at the game last night. I was. Costa was at the game. He told me the general sentiment is fans are tired of this team. Is that what you walked away from last night?
Pretty much. When I walked away, it was like people were depressed. I was standing on Woodward waiting for the train, and people were just going to bars. They weren't even going to their cars. They were going to the bars. So I'm sure they went to go get wasted to try and erase the memory from last night.
It was a brutal game. I mean, a 3-hour rain delay, that didn't help, but you're at home, and at no point in that game did you feel like you were going to win. And look, when the TV broadcast is basically saying you can't give up another run here, and it's 2-0, that's pretty damning. Like, the broadcast is going to be as PC as possible, but that's the saddest thing in the world. They're basically saying if the other team gets to 3, you're dead. That's why it's so hard to watch them, because you're asking this pitching staff to have to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just not feasible.
No.
It's not feasible for Scooble. It's not feasible for anybody. It's not fair.
No, it's not. And, 3 runs. And you knew once the Mariners got to that 4th run, there was no way the Tigers were coming back to get this thing. Now, yes, they had that miraculous 9th, but at that point,
it didn't matter. They threw their worst reliever. It's all empty calories. Go to
Great
Danny.
way of putting it. Empty calories.
There you go. I try, buddy. Go to Danny, 97.1. Hi, Danny.
Oh, boys. Mike, I feel the same way you do, man. I've actually gone to more Tigers games this year than I have probably in the past 4 years combined. And it was right before the slump started. And honestly, I had a buddy of mine, Hunter, who came from the East Coast. He's actually a Phillies guy, has season tickets there. And he wanted to see Comerica. And this was right before the 15-game lead was basically getting erased. And he's like, where's the juice? Like, you guys it's a great game. You guys are facing a good team. I think we're going against the Nats or something like that. And, it's crunch moment, bases loaded, and like everyone's just sitting on their hands, and there's just no juice. And so, and then it's just really irritating. And I'm not trying to poke at the fans, because obviously Tigers got to put a product on there for us to be, hyped up about. Yeah. But obviously Detroit can bring it. We can see it at Ford Field all the time. But going to see the Tigers play in Seattle and in Cleveland, those places were hornets' nests. So you could see it on TV, and then you all of a sudden get flash forward to Comerica Park yesterday, and it felt like it was just a morgue in there. I don't know. It just was. I could just see it on the TV. And I was one of those guys when you guys took the pulse of everybody back when near the end of the season, and you're asking, what's do you guys want to see them? Do you want to spite watch them lose, just get them kicked out? I was that guy. I was like, you know what? They're so irritating. They need to be just get them out. They don't deserve to be in the playoffs anymore. I was that guy, and I'm still that guy now, where I'm like, just put the dog down. Just put him down. Because
but here's the problem. The problem, Danny. The problem is, because you sound like a guy who understands baseball. You go to a lot of games, Danny. Yet we're sitting here. You're facing a pitcher with a 6 ERA today, and you'd have Scooble on Friday night. So as much as I want to be done, I can't be done. They rope you back in.
Yeah. And that's right there. Because if the emotional swing in this city will change, you win this game, and now all of a sudden you're confident and you're ready to buy your tickets for next week.
You know what this is? I'll tell you what the Tigers are. They're Kenny's ex-girlfriend, the cold cut lady, where he kept sleeping with her for cold cuts. And he wanted to get away, but the cold cuts brought him back.
Wait.
And in this standpoint, the cold cuts are these matchups. And we want to leave. We know this team hurts us and they stress us out. But then they're like, here's some Virginia baked ham. And you're like, I got to come back, right? It's Kenny's cold cut relationship. That's the Tigers.
We've gone too far.
Wait a minute. True or false, you stayed with her because her dad was a cold cut rep?
I can confirm this was the story.
Yeah, exactly. You love sandwiches, and you stayed for the cold cuts. That's what the Tigers are. You want to leave.
Gotta go.
You know you deserve steak, but you're going to stay for the cold cuts.
Rico, tell him about your basement. Damn it.
FanDuel, getting you ready for things. New customers bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if you win. You pick a bet, $5. If it wins, you unlock $300. Parlays, player props, you name it, they got it. NFL, full swing. Only question, are you ready to play? It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app today to get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll knock out a few more calls, get you some ticket texts. Guys, you feel whatever way you want, man. I can't blame anybody at any end of the spectrum here. You're all in. They're going to make the ALCS. You got Bryce Miller, and then you get to a Game 5 with Scooble. I ain't mad at you. Hell, I think that. Then the other side of it is, to hell with this. I can't keep giving away 4 hours of this. I'm going to be on my deathbed asking for these hours back. What did you do with your life? I watch Tiger baseball. I'm going to be begging for these hours back because it's just brutal.
Unless you see something special, Mike. But I know I get it. I understand. It's a tough watch. I think unlike the example you gave for Kenny, I look at this more as Iowa football. It's not going to be pretty. And you just hope at the or Wisconsin basketball back in the day under Bo
Right,
Ryan.
but what you've described is two teams that win, but they never win anything that matters. And I'm not interested in that. So that's my issue. David, some ticket text coming in. What do people have to say, good, bad, or otherwise?
I hope I'm wrong, but you guys know what's going to happen. It is over after today. Someone says, after that 3-pitch strikeout Riley had, I flipped to Rangers Penguins. Had enough. Again, wow. I'll be there at 3:08, though.
No, you want to write them off, but you know you can't. The problem is what's on the other side. How in good conscience could anyone pick them to win a 7-game series against either the Yankees or Jays? So it all feels fugazi.
Right, and you caught a break. There's no Woo, so you actually have a shot tonight.
Oh, if it was Brian Woo on the mound today with a 2.89 ERA, oh my God, please. Everyone should hear. Yesterday was an orange out. It'll be like, hey, by the way, it's going to be a blackout Friday night at North Texas, Rico. I know you'll be tuned in.
Oh, yeah?
South Florida, North Texas. It's a blackout. It'd be a funeral today. David would be wearing the papal collar down to Comerica.
From Ryan, I finally broke last night. I'm done with this team. Just end it and save us all. Watching water boil was more exciting than that game.
You're not done. You are not done, good sir. You're going to be right there with the rest of us on the misery roller coaster. 3:08. We'll see you there. You're not done.
Please let it in. I can't do it anymore. Half weeks of complaining about no hitting because, well, it will continue. I don't even hate the Tigers. The last month has just felt like an entire year. Logan in Southfield.
I mean, look, if people think they're done, I'm not mad at them either. There are certain guys in this lineup, they might just be broken. They're burnt out. I think Riley Green's burnt out. You know, it's mentally taxing to go up to the plate. No, I understand. If you're working outside right now, you'll be like, I'll show you mentally taxing. Work with me. The difficulty of the job, not the money they're paid. The difficulty. A kid like Riley who's 24, 25 years old, it is taxing. You play 162 games. You play 600-700 at-bats. You go to the postseason, and then things start going wrong. And then they go really wrong. And you're doing everything to fix it, and you can't. At a certain point, you just get burnt out. You need a recharge. You need the offseason. I comped it to what's happening to Pete Crow Armstrong. First half of the year, PCA was fueling the Cubs. Now, a little bit of a disaster. He's a kid. It's difficult, man. So I do think the offseason could help some of these guys, but obviously you want to keep playing. I do think, Rico, it's going to be a topic in the offseason. I just feel like they have to pick a direction. It's either Carey or Riley, not both. And I think one of them gets traded for pitching. You can't have two of the same player in the lineup, and especially both left-handed, where the splits are pretty fierce.
No, it's actually a good topic. I haven't thought about that, but
that's the problem. Every topic I have about this team is off-season related. We're not in the off-season. They could still make the ALCS.
If they make the ALCS, you know what they could make?
I mean, I guess.
The World Series.
Yeah, sure.
The ultimate spite.
It's...
I told you I didn't need to make any moves.
Yeah, and then I'll just show you your last championship in black and white Zapruder film.
84 was not black and white. It was color. I saw it.
A little standard def for everybody.
Okay.
Look, sorry. Try to enjoy the game, guys. And if you're fully amped and hey, I'm not mad at you in the least. We don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah. I mean, if the Tigers, here's what you cannot do. You cannot, especially early in the game, leave runners on base. You have to take full advantage early. And then we wait for game 5. That's how I see it.
Well, one way or the other, we'll be here tomorrow to break it all down as another day in Kenny Cott's cold cut relationship.
Hey.
Tiger baseball is next.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast